And we are good to go, ma'am.
Okay, so a warm welcome, a very good evening to everyone present here and as an audience on YouTube. We had on 25th, the first day of the conference and webinar, sorry, and it was an extremely exciting and thought-provoking day, and we had excellent presentations on that day. I could just briefly say that our university, West Bengal State University, is just about 15 years of age, and our center, which is run by the Department of English, largely Center for Studies in Social, for Studies in Gender, Culture, and Media, is just about 3 years of age. So, having received the support of a veteran organization like the Doris Lessing Society and something which is also very internationally well recognized and acclaimed is a big thing for us. And since a new university, a new department, new center has many teething problems and it's difficult to grow it, and this kind of a support has been extremely useful for us. So, without much words, I will just request Professor Ahmed Asmul Zaman to start the first business session today, which is the third in the row taken in the first day. We had the two other business sessions. So over to Professor Asmul Zaman for the first business session. I hope he's around. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sneha, and good evening to all of you. It's a privilege to be anchoring this particular session, which is joined by the likes of Professor Jain, Radha Chakraborty, and also Krishna Sen. And thank you, Dr. Chandrova, Ratna, Ujjal, and other Shati, of course, who are present here as well. And not to mention Justna, of course, she has been always there. So thank you, Justna, for being here as well. Today, in the third business session, we have two presenters, Mamunur Rahman from Islamic University, Bangladesh, and also we have Dr. Sajis Apalla. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. If I'm not,
yes,
sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So thank you. So both presenters are here, and the first presenter in this session is going to be Professor Mamunur Rahman, and Mr. Mamunur Rahman would be is a translator. He has translated one of Doris Lessing's novels, the novel which is known to most of the people in Bangladesh, and which is Grasses Singing, right, Mamun? So he would to negotiate those challenges. And on the other hand, Dr. Sajis would be talking about multiplicity of truths in Doris Lessing's works. And I hope and believe it's going to be a wonderful presentation as well. So without much ado, I would be requesting Dr. Mamun to present his paper. Mamun, you'll be getting around 30 minutes or so. And let me introduce Dr. Mamun. Dr. MD Mamun Rahman is a professor of English at Islamic University, Kustia, Bangladesh, where he has been teaching since 1999. His awards and achievements include nomination for Japanese government Monobukushu Research Scholarship and appointment as the visiting researcher by the Graduate School of Language and Culture, Osaka University. He has successfully completed two projects sponsored by Japan Ministry of Education and Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. He co-authored books, Portraits of Rebels, Modernization and Discursive Formations in Between India and Japan, and Repetition and Diversity of Modernization, Analysis of Discursive Construction of the East and the West from the perspective of Foucault's archaeology. And was published from Hiroshima in 2013 and 2021 respectively. Professor Rahman has published a fair number of articles, English short stories, and translations. His translation of Doris Lessing's novel, The Grass is Singing, was published from Dhaka in 2015. So, over to you, Dr. Mamun, the practicing translator of Doris Lessing. You are muted, Mamun.
Sorry. Thank you, Professor Ahmed Hassanuzzaman, for your generous introduction of me. And I would like to express my deep gratitude to the organizing committee for giving me a space for delivering my speech here. And I am particularly thrilled by the presence of some reputed academicians like Josna Rege, Devaki Giant, and Radha Chakraborty. Then we have Ratna Ramans and Sneha Kaur Chaudhuri. And perhaps I am particularly thrilled by the presence of Krishna Sen. So far I can remember, perhaps the same Krishna Sen, he was the evaluator of my PhD thesis. Perhaps, oh, yes. My PhD thesis was on Arkenarayan. So this is a very nice experience, accidentally though. And as already stated, the title of my South Asians experience. And this paper reflects my experience as a translator and tends to relate it to the broader issue of translation practice in South Asia. First of all, I would like to focus on the background of how Doris Lessing came to be known to South Asia and how her works made their place in the syllabuses in the English departments at many South Asian universities. In fact, the advent of Doris Lessing in South Asia has been linked to the spirit of post-colonialism. One of the prime concerns of post-colonial writers and thinkers is to challenge the notion of universal, which is forwarded as a synonym of European or Western. Chinua Achebe, in his famed essay, The Colonialist Criticism, asserts that he would like to abolish the very word universal from the dictionary as long as it serves the narrow, self-serving parochialism of Europe. And around the same time, in 1972, Nogugiwa Thiongo published an essay on the abolitions of the English department. His suggestion was in line with decolonizing the mind to abjure those English texts that tend to inculcate Western values as universal. Nogugi's contention was to dethrone the English literature of the British Isle from the center stage, to replace it with African literature, oral primarily, but also written, along with the study of linguistics and languages. Nogugi's proposal provided the much-needed incentives for the academics and students in the former colonies, now independent nation states, to rethink the curriculums in the English departments. In South Asia, since the inception of the colonial education system, the construction of English studies was part of an ideology building project, as manifested in the works of Gauri Vishwanathan in The Mask of Conquest, Literary Study, and British Rule in India. The syllabuses featuring Shakespeare, Milton, and others were designed to inject imperial values. And the same scenario persisted even in the post-colonial period. However, the metaphoric process of the abolitions of the English department started in South Asia roughly during the 90s of 20th century, when universities launched a major overhaul of their syllabuses, introducing courses on post-colonial literature and literary theory under myriad names. For instance, in the English department of Jahangirnagar University in Bangladesh, where I read, the first such course under the name of Afro-Caribbean literature was introduced in 1993 to 1994 academic sessions. The process was rather slow, taking years, because many of the old guards, that is academicians and scholars, were trained in the mainstream literatures, and as such were oriented towards it, tended to resist attempt to change the status quo in the syllabus. Already in the academic circles in South Asia, formalism, Marxism, psychoanalysis had their foothold. Then other theories, predominantly post-colonialism and feminism, along with deconstruction, post-structuralism, and postmodernism swarmed in and began to be reflected in the syllabus. Many of the faculty members who were trained in this changed syllabus got to have some sort of changed mindset, writing articles on post-colonial. More and more courses were offered under the name of post-colonial literature, African literature, Caribbean literature, Indian literature, South Asian literature, and so on. It was at this time that Doris Lessing came to be familiar in the academic, included in the syllabuses of to talk about the trends in translation practices, particularly in Bangladesh. Since the end of the colonial period, the number of higher educational institutions, including universities, increased gradually, giving rise to the number of reading public. As in the colonial days, translation continued to cater to the taste of the educated peoples. Translation seemed to spiral out into two distinct streams. One is the popular stream, and the other may be termed as a scholarly stream. The popular stream met the need of the popular demand for unique and foreign stories. On the other hand, the scholarly stream tended to be selective in its approach, choosing texts that were critically acclaimed for their literary and stylistic excellence. Regarding the popular stream, translation or adaptations of Western popular fiction got a spectacular popularity. For instance, there was a time when young people of Bangladesh were fans of Masud Rana series published from Sheba Pokashoni, Dhaka. Almost all the books in this series were adaptations from Western spy thrillers that effectively fed the imagination of the young mind, so much so that often a major portion or all of their pocket money was spent on this type of books. Masud Rana is an adult spy thriller series in which the character Masud Rana was first created by Qazi Anwar Hussain in 1966, imitating James Bond. Later, Hussain employed a group of ghost writers to continue the series to meet the popular demand. Regarding its popularity, Hussain himself says, quote, when I started writing the series, it became very popular. The characters like Masud Rana and Shohana captured the imagination of readers. The popularity also carried along the demand for more books. Some readers even demanded a new book every month, which was virtually impossible for me to comply with. It was at that time I decided to turn to ghostwriters to quench the growing thirst of readers. So far, more than 460 books have been published under the series. In an interview, Qazi Anwar Hussain further admits, quote, I always select a story from Western books, sometimes from 7 to 8 of them, so that it fits the essence of the Masud Rana series or character. After that, I prepare the plot and subplots and then talk to different writers, inviting them to write a story in line with that plot or script. The unquote. The popularity of this Masud Rana series subsided only after the advent of satellite TV and internet in the 1990s, when people got other forms of entertainment. I have earlier mentioned the scholarly stream in translation practice in Bangladesh, which has relied exclusively on the literary merit and values of the source language text as the standard for selections. Of course, many of these translations have been popular with the readers, but there are many others that are read by a selected few. For instance, Milton's Areopagitica, translated by the leading scholar and educationist Zillur Rahman Siddiqui. To be frank, this scholarly stream has provided the vital, solid base of translation in Bangladesh. There are a handful of high quality translators who are at the same time extraordinarily reputed academicians, like Professor Jilur Rahman Siddiqui, I already mentioned, who is the editor of Bangla Academy Dictionary, Professor Kobir Chaudhary, who translated Beowulf, The Grapes of Wrath, and many other texts. Professor Niaz Zaman, who is the author of Translation, Theory and Practice. Then Professor Fakhrul Alam, Professor Said Manjurul Islam, Professor Khaliquzzaman M. Ilyas. Because I translated Doris Lessing's Grass is Singing into Bangla, it seems pertinent here to focus on the problems that a translator encounters while translating from English to Bangla or vice versa. Niaz Zaman, eminent educationist and translator, who received Bangla Academy Literary Award, identifies several problems for the Bangla speakers trying to translate into English. Even though Bangladeshi students undergo at least 12 years of training in English language as part of their syllabus, they do not acquire enough skill to translate literary works. Tense identifications is one of the main problems. While English novels use past tense, Bangla narrative proceeds in the present. Another problem is the absence of verb in Bengali sentence construction, which, however, must be visible in English sentence to make the sense clear. Again, Bangla language has more to do with emotional connotation than its English counterpart, and therefore needs to be toned down while translating. Niaz Zaman cites an example. The word Hanadar Bahini in Bangla is translated as marauding forces. This translation cannot totally express the hatred towards the enemy forces that the Bangla word connotes. Said Manjurul Islam, another recipient of Bangla Academy Literary Award, who is equally prolific in writing English and Bangla and translating, comments, quote, translating from Bengali to English is a tricky business, not only because the social realities the two languages represent are ever so different, but also because the complex range of cultural differences and their accompanying signifying practices are very difficult to transfer from one language to the other. A translator, in addition to having the requisite language skills, must have an understanding of cultural semiotics to generate equivalent meanings of subtle cultural expressions in English. In the absence of these skills, a translator might exoticize the content and run the risk of short-circuiting his translation. Unquote. So, a translator has to face problems related to cultural differences. So, my next issue is translation theory helpful in handling these problems? Fakhrul Alam basically translates from Bengali to English. He has translated Jivanananda Das selected poems, The Essential Tagore, and The Unfinished Memoirs, which is a translation of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's unfinished autobiography. In an interview, Fakhrul Alam relates his own experience, quote, when I translated Jivanananda Das, I knew nothing about translation studies or translation theory. And it's only after I translated Jivanananda Das that East West University, where I teach as an faculty, requested me to teach a course on translation studies. So I picked up translation studies after I had actually done a lot of translation. The practice came first and the theory came later. Unquote. According to Folklore Alums, mastery in both the source language and the target language is the most important factor for a translator. In his own case, he says, quote, and I think it is relevant to say that I have spent most of my life in English literature and speak and write the language fluently. And Bengali is my mother tongue. In other words, my training in literature and my ability to use Bengali and the English language qualify me for translation. While translating, I try to capture the source text. That's basically the strategy I follow. I think to the translator, at the moment of translating, the theory is almost irrelevant. Unquote. So, from my part, it may be said that a translator translates from his instinct in the special sense of the word, though. It means that this instinct develops out of one's exposure and aptitude to the languages in questions. If one thinks that translation theory helps build that instinct or an attitude, that may be all the better. And in my own case, too, practice preceded theory. I had taken a translation project at my master's program, under which I translated 5 short stories from Netrapath, The Angle of View, by the eminent Bengali novelist and short story writer Shaukat Usman. Later, I translated several other short stories by the same author, publishing them in journals and national English dailies. During my master's, I did not work extensively on translation theory, although I had to go through the history of translation for assignment purposes, relying principally on Susan Westnett's translation studies that was published in 1987. And I started to read translation theory only after taking responsibility of a course on translation studies in my English department at Islamic University. Uh, so now I would like to speak about the production and reception of translated works, especially in Bangladesh. In recent years, translated books, especially from English to Bangla, considerably dominated the annual Dhaka Book Fair that takes place usually throughout the month of February, but has been rescheduled in the last 2 years due to the COVID situation. Various genres have been translated, including poetry and science fiction. The general readers, many of whom do not have the literary access to the English original, see it as a gateway to the world literature, though many of them seem dissatisfied with the quality of translation in many cases. However, although translation provides a lifeline for the Bangla Academy Book Fair, the translator's interest often remains ignored. Khalikuজ্জামান Ilyas, who won Bangla Academy Literary Award in 2011 in the translation category, translates primarily from English to Bangla, translating among others Swift's Gulliver's Travels and Fraser's The Golden Bough. I can remember my conversation with him in which he deplored the publishers who did not want to pay enough money to the translators. Evidently, uh, translating works of a high literary value is a matter of self-choice from the part of the translators, or as part of institutional or research projects. On the other hand, popular translations that sell well are done often by the publishers appointing paid translators. So this observation seems to echo the statement of Lawrence Venuti, who writes, quote, translators are routinely alienated from the product of their labor through relations of productions. Standard contracts force them to surrender all rights of ownership in the translated text, at least for as long as it remains in print, sometimes for the full terms of the copyright. which is usually in the publisher's name. In addition, translators receive a pitifully low wage for a task that usually requires months of intensive intellectual labor of a very specialized nature. Publishers continue to regard them as workers for hire, paying them a flat fee. Unquote. So it may be mentioned that Qazi Anwar Hussain, the publisher of Masud Rana series, was locked in a legal row with his appointed ghostwriter come translator, Sheikh Abdul Hakim, over copyright issue. And the case went to the High Court of Bangladesh too. So now I would like to relate my experience in translating Doris Lessing. And the question is, where lies my positions as a translator of Doris Lessing's The Grass is Singing? First, I have been inspired to translate it into Bangla because of the novel's heavy orientation in post-colonialism and feminism. Besides, the novel is pregnant with issues related to eco-criticisms, but perhaps not ecofeminism, perhaps. As I have put it in the introduction of my translation, the grass is singing, quote, the grass is singing can be judged from the lenses of multiple literary theories. And in this regard, it enjoys a unique status. It can be critiqued from post-colonial, feminist, Marxist, and eco-critical literary theories. Besides, the style of the novel marvels the readers. Lessing has this special gift to make her narration progress through her use of flashback and the tension between nature and human being. At the same time, by playing with words and phrases, Lessing points to the immense possibility of meanings waiting to be deciphered in words. Unquote. Choosing a text for a translation purpose itself is part of a cultural politics. Translation has the power to change the existing cultural ideal, and as such, during colonial times, it was used as a tool of imperialism. In the colonial South Asia, the missionaries used translation as a vehicle for cultural representation. They translated not only religious texts, but also prominent literary works like Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, Tales from Shakespeare, and so on. These literary pieces that are supposed to inject moral values. On the other side of the spectrum, translation seems to prove its worth as a potential post-colonial weapon to challenge the colonial hegemonic ideology. As already indicated in this paper, post-colonial theories and literature made it inroads in the English studies in Bangladesh at a time when I was a student of English literature. And by now, Doris Lessing's The Grass is Singing features the syllabuses of a considerable number of English departments at universities in Bangladesh. Therefore, my personal fascination for the novel, coupled with my eye on wide readership, propelled me to translate this novel. As everyone knows, translation is never a one-to-one game. Word-for-word translation seems practically impossible because of the simple gap in signification system between the two different languages. Arkanarayan recounts the consequences of literal translations of the Bible in his autobiography, My Days. In his boyhood, he saw a Christian missionary, escorted by some Indian converts, came to preach at the street corner of Madras and delivered his speech in an absolutely literal Tamil, steep and formal, carved out of a dictionary, and suffered the wrath of the local people who felt that their religion was being insinuated by the preacher. This example amply hints that word for word or literal translation may contribute to only augmenting misunderstanding and misconception. In fact, the demand for sense translation is as old as the written history of translation from Cicero and Pliny, as recorded by Susan Bassett, who dedicates a whole chapter on it. of using NIDA. NIDA discards the old terms used in describing the problems and solutions of translating and praised on the idea of dynamic equivalence, functional equivalence, etc. Yet, often it remains problematic to find such an equivalence to conjure up the exact meaning of the word of the source language. The problem is addressed by Niyaz Jaman, who points out that many Bangla expressions are almost untranslatable, as they do not have exact equivalents in the target language. He gave an example, the word achol. Translating this word as quilt would be quite misleading. So Niyaz Zaman says, quote, instead of using inappropriate equivalences, it is better to use the culture-specific Bangla terms. The translator with a command of English, who also knows that there are cultural differences which cannot be translated, would retain the original words. Perhaps the best translators try to adopt a middle path, stay as close to the original text without being absurd. So, what Niyaz Jaman suggests regarding culture specific Bangla terms seems equally applicable while translating culture specific English terms. And this is exactly what I have done in translating Grass is Singing. The Grass is Singing. In my case, the problem is complicated by the fact that the novel relates to Lessing's Rhodesians, that is, African experience. There are many terms and names for things which are used specifically in that region but not in England or other places. For instance, Afrikaners, that means people of especially Dutch ethnic origin, different from the British, Dago, people of Spanish or Portuguese origin, Kisen Kafir, a pidgin language, and many such terms are there in this text. It is also a fact that Bangla speakers frequently use English loan words in Bangla expression, and there have been many researches on this topic. Many of them have been so rampant that they become part of the Bangla lexical corpus.
Excuse
So,
me, Professor Mamun, you have
yes,
3 minutes now.
okay, that will be enough. So, in many cases, I have written the words of the source language for this reason. Instead of trying to find equivalents, uh, I have retained the original word. For instance, I have kept many English words like receiver, drink party, native commissioners, factory, pamphlet, skirt, trouser intact in my Bangla translation. In other cases, I have attempted to collocate English word with that of Bangla. For example, branch telephone has been translated as Shakha telephone. So, in my concluding remarks, translation means reading between the lines, reading every word and progressing inch by inch, so to say. It also means a comprehensive understanding of both the languages and an effort, conscious or unconscious, to emulate the original, to grapple with the tension between faithfulness and faithlessness. As a translator, I am a product of a certain cultural and literary tradition. I am naturally given to Bangla, my mother tongue, and I have had to learn English as part of my educations. My educations and training form the backbone of my language skills and mental makeup with which I venture to translate the grass is singing. While I have got my training in the cultural and literary context of Bangladesh, such an experience seems to be typical of the translators from other parts of post-colonial South Asia. That is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mamun, for your presentation. You spoke on translation and the perspective you offered on Bangladesh translation was really appreciable. And so you tried to present Doris Lessing, your translation Doris Lessing within this purview of translation. So we will be definitely talking about it when we have this interactive session. Let us now move on to our second speaker, Dr. Sajis Bapalla. Dr. Sajis Bapalla has done his doctoral research focusing on the self-narrative strategies, dialogical and relational patternings in Doris Lessing. He is focused on the research possibilities in the area of cell and writing. His current research interests are the philosophical and psychological dimensions of cell, self and writing, autobiographical truths, dialogues, and narratives of self and fictional elements in memory. At present, he is engaged in his postdoctoral research on fiction as a therapeutic strategy in self-writing. I would request Dr. Sajis Papala to present his paper, which is titled Multiplicity of Truths and Their Implications in Doris Lessing. The floor is yours, Dr. Sajis. You will get 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad. I'm indeed very happy to see you all here in this particular occasion. The paper that I would like to present is Multiplicities of Truths in Doris Lessing. So this particular paper is presented, or this particular topic is handled in the context of emerging autobiographies in the southern part of India, the place that I represent, Kerala. So I'm trying to analyze how reading Doris Lessing's autobiography would be insightful in understanding and exploring these emerging autobiographies in Malayalam literature. So first of all, I will just give us around understanding about these recent emerging autobiographies in Malayalam literature. So since the beginning, autobiographies have a prominent position in Malayalam literature. They have been accepted as authentic sources of history, politics, culture, and language. They have been accepted for their originality and were given equal position of the author who always owned a distinct personality. For example, the constitution of a distinct self in autobiography is predicted upon the subject's distinct social positions. The autobiographies of political personalities have been used as text to understand the political history of Kerala. In those autobiographies, self is already recognized on a progressive self whose struggle or story is part of the political, cultural, and social history of our society. So there are examples for such autobiographies, such as autobiographies of Mahatma Gandhi, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, E.M. Shankara Namboodiripad, who was the first Chief Minister of Kerala. So at the present time, we can see a huge spike in the number of autobiographies being published in India, particularly in Malayalams, after the 1990s. Some critics see this as a result of the shift in policy structures. Minorities, women, sex workers, Dalits, who until the 1960s occupied a minimal space in public discourse, began to deploy the genre of autobiography to assert their rights and positionalities. Although these works are titled as autobiographies, the very nature of their mediation and agency prompt readers to label them as deviant autobiographies, a complex genre for analysis. Many are the opinion that these kinds of writing can be included in the broad genre of self-narratives and not purely within autobiography. Certain common nature found in these works are they are highly political and forceful in nature. Sorry, 1 second. So, and also many of them use a co-constructive
narrative structure. They abound in projecting and voicing collective and co-constructed selves and shared and vicarious memories. For example, we have autobiographies representing specific gender groups, social groups, cultural sects, working groups, and castes. Often they reject the traditional and the established norms of autobiographical writing. They are high in cultural, political, and social criticism. They show high spirit in cultural, political, and social criticism. And then most of these writers are writing the autobiographies for the first time. These are some of them are some of them uses some of these writers use regional and class specific languages, unlike in formative and normative autobiographies. They create contrasting versions of realities like history, politics, culture, language, etc. And most often, these autobiographies are written by common, uneducated, and illiterate people. And most of the times, these autobiographies are transcribed. Many times, critics and readers accuse that these autobiographers and these autobiographies are manipulated, distorted, and commoditized by the marketing strategies. However, these autobiographies are very popular and they've been translated to many languages, including English. I would give a few names of these autobiographies. Nalini Jamila. Nalini Jamila, she wrote her autobiography, ഒരു ലൈംഗിക തൊഴിലാളിയുടെ ആത്മകഥ. When translated to English, it's an autobiography of a sex worker. Then another autobiography is written by Kallan Pokudan. My Life Amidst in the Mangroves. Then another autobiography is written by C.K. Janu. Januvinte Jeevitha Katha. So when translated in English, it's life story of Janu. So this is the context of the recent emerging autobiographies. Now I'm shifting my focus into the autobiography as a literary genre. Autobiography as a literary genre has come to be identified and defined in multiple ways. Among them, the most conventional definition is that given by Philippe Lejeune. So he says it's the retrospective record in prose that a real person gives of his or her own being, emphasizing the personal life and in particular the story of life. He further underlines that in order to create an autobiography, the author enters into a pact or contract with the readers, promising to give a detailed account of his or her life and of nothing but that life. He introduced the term autobiographical pact to designate autobiography as a different from other forms of writing, particularly novel. According to him, what differentiates autobiography from fiction is that an autobiography posits this identity between writer, narrator, and protagonist. Whereas in fictional work, we generally have to discern between the author and the narrator. He considered the stating of this identity in autobiography as a kind of contract or agreement between author and reader. That's why he refers autobiography a contractual genre. Another method of confirming a text as autobiography is as suggested by Helen Buss. She suggests that it can be done by verifying the autobiography contract as offered by the author in the title of the text. See, for example, we read, "This is my autobiography." The title represents the contract that the author makes with the reader. She says that autobiography offers a different contract with the reader. It's a guarantee that the writer is taking the risk of offering a revelation of some part of her or his own personal life. So there are several arguments and disagreements on the nature of the and the characteristics of autobiography. For example, can it only be written in prose? Should it always be in the first person narrative? Is autobiography a subgenre of biography? Whether biography is more authentic than autobiography. Moreover, we are confused with the terms like autobiography proper, pure autobiography, semi autobiographical, fictional autobiography, self representative writings, self narrative as such. Like, so there are a number of words referring to autobiography, autobiography writings. Irrespective of these differences in titles and differences in essence, the three working principles I would like to underline that is functioning in autobiography is self, memory, and truth. Self, memory, and truth. At the same time, another element that works within the element of fiction, the autobiography is the element of fiction. The more we try to see autobiography away from fiction, it comes so close to play a vital role in it. For example, thinking of autobiography, we think of memory first. We signify it as the pure form, the original, the actual, the real, the truth of our experience. However, when we approach memory closely, we understand it's malleable, unreliable, and constructive in nature. It is in this context I would like to introduce Lessing's works as relevant and significant in understanding the above concepts like self, memory, and truth. First of all, I would like to analyze Lessing's approach to memory and especially in her, especially the autobiographical memory. Like any autobiographer, Lessing uses memory as a significant tool for constructing her past. However, she verifies the possibilities as well as the limitations of her memory for constructing her past. Similarly, she is conscious of the dangers she would incur while uttering to her memories. She realizes that there are dissimilar versions of the same event, and and strongly reflects thus her assumption that she herself owns the wisdom and authority to provide an alternative narrative to the one she has stuck. For example, consider how she causes her memory in such a way as to recover the truth that she can get away from others' versions of her life events. In Under My Skin, she tells, clearly I had to fight to establish a reality of my own against an insistence from the adults that I should accept theirs. Pressure had been put on me to admit that what I knew was true was not so. I'm deducing this. Why else my preoccupation that went on for years? This is the truth. This is what happened. Hold on to it. Don't let them talk you out of it. She also sees the contradictions between her own memories and her childhood events and what her parents had reported to her. For example, in Under My Skin, she analyzes the two contradictory accounts of her childhood experience. The first, the first one is constructed from her own memory, and the second one is created by her mother and reported to her. She says, my first memory is before I was two, and it is of an enormous, dangerous horse towering up, and on it my father still higher, his head and shoulders somewhere in the sky. I'm inside the heat of horse, the smell of horse, the smell of my father. all hot pungent smells. When the house moves, it is a jerking, jolting motion. My stomach is reeling because of the swoop up from the ground now far below me. Now that's a real memory, violent, smelly, and physical. Lessing examines the two contradictory versions or the two contradictory narratives of the same event as which is given above. But she does not accept either of them as truth. Instead, she develops a third version, which is more agreeable account of the event. She says, and perhaps I did, perhaps it was the only fest to ride, which I did not love, that has stayed in my memory. The gate is in the photograph, a graceful arch, and that I have added to real memory of being lifted down into the hands of Martha, whom I dislike. There is nothing in my mind. Those rights had to be in Kamasha, and I was 2.5 when we left. The past is always an obsessive element to a writer like Doris Lessing, as she forcefully comes back to it again and again. In her writing, she continuously evokes her past selves, and she engages in an inner dialogue with them. In Under My Skin, she emphasizes how significant her knowledge of her past is. She knows the constraints of memory, and at the same time, she values writing as a rich source from where she can recover lost records. Of course, there can be gaps, but she sees that it's now significant to construct her life story coherent and meaningful. She talks of it clearly. She says, it is hard for me to imagine such a darkening of the past. Once even to try would have plunged me to frightful insecurity, as if memory were self identity. And I'm sure that it's not so. Now I can imagine myself arriving in some country with the past wiped clean out of my mind. I would do all right. It's after all only what we did when we were born without memories. Or so it seems to the adult. Then we have to create our lives, create memory. She also says, I had been thinking why I had so little remained in me of that big house, big stone house with its big high stone rooms. I was born there. I learned to walk there and imagined that I lay in a court with bars like a prison cell for size and had large feet clinging on stone. I knew the floors were stone and that there were few rugs and the windows were large and the short mountains that the house was cold in the winter. The court was bound to be something of that sort, and a smell child hears every sound with new cars, nothing shut off, as adults shut off sounds. Lessing's approach towards memory appears quite ambivalent in Under My Skin. On the one side, she expresses her disbelief in the authenticity of her memories. She hesitates to accept all her memories as fact since they cannot always be trusted, she says. She exposes their unreliability by finding many of them as biased and selective. She criticizes the unreliability of her memories during the train journey to England. In Under My Skin, we see why ostriches and not the ox wagons still used in Salisbury streets, built wide to that wagons could turn in them. Why the train in Russia, but not the train? Surely equally exotic. Why remember this and not that? If I had decided to remember only the unpleasant, then why ostriches, which were pure delight? However, Lessing does not always hold a negative attitude towards memory. In spite of her distrust for them, she still considers various ways of triggering the memories of her childhood, early childhood. In Under My Skin, Lessing talks of her attempt to awake her childhood experiences by taking drugs. Similarly, she explores dreamlike narratives for exploring and reconstructing her old and obscure memories. Now it would be essential to understand her conception of truth and the self in her autobiographies. In fact, truth is one of the important problems she tackles in Under My Skin. In fact, through her autobiography, she searches for truth, the truth of herself. She states this at the very beginning of her autobiography. Lessing's search for truth ultimately reflects her therapeutic intention. She is definitely curious to find the truth of certain significant and traumatic events in her life. The art of self writing enables her to recreate the past events by experiencing those events once again. She says that she has an innate urge to get back to things what happened in her past, of which her inner psyche is continuously disturbed. She says, dreams have always been my friend, full of information, full of warnings. They insisted in 100 ways that I was dangerously unhappy about the infants I had left, about my father. The realization of the truth would be therapeutic is indeed a psychoanalytical concept. In psychotherapy, the analyst probes into the disturbing hidden secrets of the inner psyche of the analysant, which is there in the unconscious mind of the analysant, and tries to reveal it to the analysant. This is often possible through dream interpretation and analyzing transference relationships. While constructing her autobiography, Lessing considers multiple versions of her life events. Among them, she chooses which is more desirable. The more desirable here refers to one which is more therapeutic. Choosing the more desirable version enables her to value herself as morally superior and meaningful. A close analysis of Lessing's treatment of truth will also reveal that she does not keep the conventional distinctions between reality and imagination. Often, Lessing's readers feel that she blurs the boundaries between the imaginary and the real. For example, Micah Field comments of Lessing's writing that sometimes it's nearly impossible to find a dividing line in Lessing's books between the imaginary and the autobiographical, which runs deeper in the fiction than that is initially apparent. As for Lessing, creating an imaginary version of life even means creating an alternative perception of reality. So Lessing searches for truth which lies beyond the factual. Lessing searches the truth which lies beyond the factual. She says that more truth can be found in her novel, Martha Quest, than in her autobiographies, which attempt to be factual. The same is also affirmed by Lessing during her interview with Michael Field shortly before the release of the Under My Skin. Her early writings, which many people consider as semi autobiographical, strongly mean that for several decades she had preferred not to risk revealing some portion of her personal life. In Under My Skin, too, she exhibits her reservation and inability to reveal the whole truth about her past. She says, our old friend, the truth is first, the truth, how much of it to tell, how little. It seems it is agreed this is the first problem of the self chronicler. She admits reluctance to reveal certain private truths in her autobiography. It's now quite relevant to think here the private and the public personalities, or the host and the hostess personality she maintains throughout her writing. However, the uniqueness of Doris Lessing or Lessing's writing is that she universalized her sense of personal truths. Many times, by fictionalizing her personal experiences, she has given them a universal appeal. One of her stable beliefs is that one of her stable beliefs is that personal universality of personal experience. She uses it to justify writing about petty personal problems. She says, everything that ever happened to me has taught me the value of individual. The person who cultivates and preserves her in her own way of thinking, who stands out against group thinking, group pressures. Thus, even when she emphasizes the nature of her personal experience, she is ready to admit that there are people who share experiences and feelings with her. Convincingly, Lessing prefers to see her life or herself constructed in a story form. For achieving it, she attempts all narrative possibilities by exploring means like fantasy, dreams, imagination. Similarly, she holds that these means can be explained for constructing alternative versions of her life story. Although she is aware of the contradictions these versions can create, she makes use of each, which may assist her in her search for truth. Thus, she upholds the view that herself is being written, rewritten, constructed, reconstructed through her continuous writing. She is still eager to make omissions, corrections, additions, and alterations. For example, in Under My Skin, she notices how many of her life events, which once implied to be significant, become less significant and less colorful later. By choosing to narrate herself in a literary form, autobiography, she is setting out to construct her life story as a text which can be revised later by reading and rereading, interpreting and reinterpreting. She says, when you write about anything in a novel or in an article, you learn a lot that you did not know before. I learned a good deal writing this. Again and again, I had to say, This was the reason, was it? Why didn't I think of that before? Or even, wait, wasn't like that. By choosing to narrate herself in a literary form, autobiography, she is setting out to construct her life story as a text which can be revised later by reading, rereading, interpreting, and reinterpreting. She sees previous versions as raw materials for her subsequent versions. Readers can watch continuous progression in her writing, though she is blamed to have disturbed their vision by repeating events and themes often. By raising questions and offering answers, she's keeping a continuous discourse within the text. Thus, her autobiography offers multiple voices created by the discourse among her multiple selves.
Excuse me, Dr. Bapala, you have to finish in 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, sure. She entertains the freedom of her multiple selves voices. She maintains supreme coherence and well unified structure in the text. Lessing holds that imagination and truth can go together. Her autobiography style encourages imagination, which in turn invites alternative narratives. For her, truth exists in fiction as much as it does in autobiography. She also tries to modify her past by imposing pattern on it and thereby constructing a more coherent and meaningful story out of it. Thus, for Lessing, truth is evolving, and therefore there can be no definite truth. She does not show any unwillingness to repudiate any philosophy or ideology which she thought once valid. Lessing has also been severely criticized for her occasional shifts in views as well as her denunciation of ideologies which she admired and favored once. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sajid Babala. I think it's a really very interesting paper. It's well constructed and
Thank
it
you.
has deep and similar insight. There would be definitely cautious observations, but before we move on to the next session, let me once again thank the two presenters, Professor Mamoon and Dr. Sajis, for their wonderful presentations. We have amongst us one of the renowned translators and readers, Professor Radha Chakraborty. In fact, Mamoon perhaps forgot to mention her name. She is the editor, the joint co-edited this
Yes,
Alphados
with Fakrul,
Professor Fakrul Alam.
Fakrul.
And this is a remarkable book. And thank you, Dr. Radha Chakraborty. It was, in fact, presented to me, my teacher, Fakrul Alam. So
Yes,
I take this opportunity to
that's great.
thank Dr. Radha Chakraborty. And I would request Dr. Radha Chakraborty if she could, shed some light on the translation strategies as Mamun was trying to talk about. That is the strategies he adopted for translating Doris Lessing, which is challenging, daunting, and perhaps I think as you mentioned in your introduction as well, that is uh, t- translating Tagore or reading Tagore was also kind of a daunting task. So, uh, could it be kind of could we explore these possibilities here for 1 or 2 minutes, Dr. Radha Chakraborty?
Trying to.
Muted, maybe. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Now it is okay.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers of this pioneering conference, which is kind of, I think the starting point of many more important things to come in relation to Doris Lessing studies in South Asia. And I want to congratulate both speakers in this session because I was listening with a lot of interest and fascination to both the papers presented, because I think they have touched upon some crucial aspects that we need to take on board when we think of Doris Lessing in relation to our part of the world, which we are describing here as South Asia. Uh, yes, translation, I think, is in many ways the crux of the matter. And translating Doris Lessing in South Asia for South Asian readers and reading Doris Lessing in relation to South Asian context is, I think, a very vital aspect of what the new project can take up. And while listening to the presentation, and here I think let me speak a little bit about translating Lessing before I say anything at all about my work with Tagore, which is not really what this seminar is about. I think I was listening with a lot of interest to the way in which Lessing translations are circulating in Bangladesh, and the two different strands of translation, the popular and the scholarly. And what comes to mind is the question, I think, which we still need to explore a little more, which is, why translate Doris Lessing for South Asia? Why translate Doris Lessing in the year 2022 into Bengali in Bangladesh? And what are the broader implications of undertaking this project? We all know that translation involves difficulties of cultural transfer and finding equivalence and the kind of struggles that translators face. And I could certainly say a great deal about my struggles with the Essential Tagore, where we had 30 translators located, all South Asian translators, but located in different countries, translating Tagore for us, and each one with their own approach to translation, and the kind of multiple versions of Tagore that emerged via those multiple approaches to translation, because we did not want to impose one uniform style of translation, as had earlier happened when the copyright was in the hands of Vishwa Bharati for many decades, and there was one accepted in-house style of translating Tagore. But I think already the presentation we have heard today signals the fact that there is a popular readership, there's a scholarly readership, there are so many choices the translator can make, so many different strategies that have to be thought up, invented, or drawn upon, that we already see heterogeneities, a very heterogeneous map of possibilities emerging. And I would urge on this platform that this be embraced, this heterogeneity, this possibility of thinking translation, not in a monolithic way, but that bringing Doris Lessing into South Asia actually opens up these multiple possibilities of reinterpreting and representing Doris Lessing through different approaches to the translatorial practice. I think that's something that was coming through in the presentation, but I feel that we should reflect maybe a little more on why we need to go back to Lessing now, and what can Lessing say to the new audiences she will be reaching via translation through the work with Bengali. A further question comes to mind, and this is where I think my question opens out beyond Bangladesh to address the whole broader question of South Asia. Bengali is spoken not only in Bangladesh but also in India and in many other parts of the world. It's one of the world's most widely spoken languages. So, translating Doris Lessing into Bengali, I think what we heard more was about the audiences in Bangladesh and the circulation and production of these translations there. But if we think of what it means to translate into Bengali for readerships beyond those national boundaries, then I think we're really talking about South Asia as a region that is multilingual, that has as its entities different nations with their national borders, but it also imagines into being, I think, a region which is diverse, heterogeneous, cultures, languages, histories, identities, ethnicities, religions bleed across and travel across and operate across national borders and create overlaps and commonalities as much as they generate differences, tensions, and conflicts. And if within this heterogeneous map we can locate the practice of translating Doris Lessing into Bengali, as we heard today, then I think a much bigger and deeper picture begins to emerge of what can be accomplished here with the kind of group that is coming, that is being brought into being here through the formation of this new platform. So, this is one thing that I wanted to emphasize, because I think what happens with translation is more than a linguistic border crossing. What happens is a kind of opening out of the mind beyond insularity. And I think here, so if we think of translation as not just working across two languages and thinking, how will I translate this term? What will my reader understand of that word? But if we think beyond that, of opening the mind beyond insularity, thinking across borders, and if we think of translation in terms of traveling texts, migrant texts, texts that travel, words that travel, and the difference that such traveling texts and traveling words can make, I think we are perhaps getting closer to what could be, at the heart of the overall imagination of this Doris Lessing South Asia chapter, which I congratulate the organizers for having, imagined into being. So this was one of my thoughts, and perhaps, Professor Mamunur Rahman might want to respond to this. But since time is short, I would also like to respond to Dr. Sajish Bappala's paper. I too have a special interest in self-narratives, life writings, and so on, having translated Tagore's memoirs, Boyhood Days, and very recently my latest book is a translation of Mahashweta Devi's Amader Shantiniketan, which is Mahashrita Devi's memoirs of her childhood days as a little girl in Shantiniketan when Rabindranath Tagore was still alive in the 1930s, and she brings that whole ethos to life. And therefore, your words on self, memory, and truth, and different versions of all of these resonated very much with me in terms of my own experience of working with the life writing forms and self narratives. And I'm very happy that you focused on this aspect of Doris Lessing's work, because I think it's an important but often underplayed or overlooked aspect. And here again, if we think not just of autobiography as a form, but this emphasis on multiple truths and multiple versions of the truth, and if we think of the broader implications of opening the mind to multiple versions of the truth. Here again, I think we are introducing the notion of opening the mind to heterogeneities, to contradictions, contradictory versions of things. And it made me think, listening to you and thinking about these broader histories, how when we think of Bangladesh and the emergence of Bangladesh and the overlapping histories of the region, uh, and if we think of different forms of historiography, different ways in which certain key moments have been narrated in different parts of South Asia, how the same historical events have been, thought, imagined, recorded, and narrated, claiming the veracity of history. Think, for instance, of the partition and how it would be narrated, has been narrated in Bangladesh, in India, in Pakistan. If we think of the Liberation War and the formation of Bangladesh and the different ways in which, the different perspectives from which that has been and can be historicized, then different versions of the truth begin to acquire very, very a very close resonance for us in terms of the overlapping yet different and conflicting historical and ideological spaces that we inhabit in the space that we call, in the area or region that we call South Asia. And the fact that we nevertheless connect, and that there is the space for dialogue, that there is the space for thinking across these differences, and that words and literature and the creative space of writing, literature, translation can create a site for thinking and imagining these border crossings. Then I think what you're saying about multiple versions of the truth and the literary space for the imagining of these, I feel that it really has particular meaning for our South Asian realities. So these are just some observations, and I'm very delighted to be part of this seminar, to be listening to these presentations, because I learned a lot from both of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Radha Chakraborty. Uh, I think we don't have time left. Maybe one or two, one comment perhaps, because I think we have to begin the next session in 5 minutes, right, Sneha?
Yeah, just 2-3 minutes, say.
Yeah, exactly.
So, may I add a comment maybe?
Yes.
If Josna do not intervene. I feel very fortunate to find that it is the same Radha Chakraborty present here. In fact, I forgot to mention her name, and I did not have any opportunity to be in contact with her. But both Fakhrul Alam and Radha Chakraborty, they have been some sort of iconic figures to us. And regarding my translation, what she said, this is very valuable, and I will try to follow her suggestions. One thing is that my experience is limited to Bangladesh, because I had that insularity. In fact, I did not have the opportunity, because also translation is rather, this has not been somehow my principal preoccupations. because I did have to complete my PhD research, then engage in other research, and I have to have find times to translate, and at the same times I will have to mass various stakeholders. That is choosing the text, finding publishers, then thinking about its reception, many such things. So just my case may be taken as a metonymy for the whole South Asian experience. Thank you.
Yes, Sati.
Yeah. Just a comment on Mamanur Sahab, we will be talking on later because I personally, when I was flipping through your translation, I what I felt was perhaps it was directed primarily to a Bangladeshi audience because of the Bangla that has been used. Because there are so many, as many Englishes, there are many Banglas. So I felt your Bangla uh, was one which you were limiting perhaps to certain regions of Bangladesh. That's one comment that I had to make. I mean, we can just go over this later perhaps, and I will understand more because I'm not at all a translation person, and Radhadi here might actually tell us what the nuances are some other time maybe. But I'll just that question is or a comment maybe because that's what I felt. I was going through your
Okay.
Trinir
Yes,
Shongit, I think. Just quick,
Trinity. Yes.
Trinir Giti. That was a very nice title, though. I really found the
Yes.
title and I was going through, and I was very curious about how you are going to talk about the different Englishes that are used by Lessing, because that is very vital in Lessing, the way she uses the different discourses, which and the voices that come through because of the differences in English. So that was a point I wanted to talk to you about, but perhaps we will take it up some other time. And
Yeah.
Sajesh, just a comment on a paper which was as tremendously scholarly and deep as Lessing tends
Thank
to
you.
write. But I was thinking you maybe you could have brought in Kamala Das somewhere, because she's
Of
one
course,
of the
of
first, and
yeah,
a woman who has an autobiography, and quite one that matches the first volume of Lessing in many ways.
yeah.
And she has it, I think, in most. She has it in Malayalam, I think, as well as translated into English by herself.
Yes, Dr. Swati. Her books are translated to English and many languages,
Yes.
and often Doris Lessing is means we here in Kerala we usually compare Kamala Das with Doris Lessing.
You compare it.
So, yeah, but yeah,
Yeah, so maybe something like I was just thinking on that when I was hearing your listening to you. I was actually expecting Kamala Das to come up sometime or the other,
yeah,
and because I'm personally very, very fond of my story, which I
Sure,
read in
sure,
English,
sure.
of course, and not in Malayalam.
Okay, so I think we should close this session. It's been a wonderful session. Thank you, Professor Mamoon and Dr. Sajis,
Thank
and
you.
thank you to all the participants. And over to you, Dr. Sneha.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Asmuzzaman, for chairing this session and two very excellent presentations, which by Dr. Wafalla and Dr. Rahman. Now we will begin the fourth business session or the second business session today, which will be chaired by Dr. Shati Mitra. And now I request her to conduct the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha. And I would call upon Dr. Devaki Jain. Uh, Ma'am, if you're here and if you could unmute yourself. But before that, I would just like to give this do the needful and introduce somebody who is more than famous and more than known. Uh, but I begin, since we were on autobiography and life writing. I think I'll share what is a very person on a very personal note. I was browsing through yet again the many references that one could find for Golden Notebook and all that one keeps writing on Lessing. and I suddenly came across a book which I had never heard of, which is the Brass Notebook. And I thought somewhere, somehow, I have slipped up. And then I realized it was published not too long ago, so 2020, and it is written by somebody, and then I find that she is not, she of course has been trained in English, a gold medalist in English and maths, but she's an economist and a feminist economist at that, and from India, and she writes about the Brass Notebook. And there she says that she has had very a long conversation with Doris Lessing, which went on for hours. And then she says that Lessing had urged her to write. But when she managed to write, which was 50 years after that interlude with Lessing, she wrote something, and then she named it Brass because it is, and I'm reading from her, from the memoir, that is the Brass Notebook, where she writes, um, I hope no longer, for 60 years have passed since I first thought of writing my story. In this time, my self confidence and my skills as a writer have diminished. I hope no longer for perfection, not to write my own golden notebook. Instead, I am now thinking of another metal, pittalai, the word for brass in Tamil, the language of my childhood. And then she goes on to say brass is a hardier, homelier metal than gold. It represents not perfection or unity, but an honorable imperfection, consistent with my own limits. It seemed more appropriate as the receptacle for my story. And then I'm told to read out the most impressive bio note that one can find, because Devika Jain graduated from Mount Carmel College, Bangalore, with gold medals for standing first in both literature as well as mathematics. She went on to graduate from Oxford on PPE and is now the honorary fellow of the college. She was a lecturer in economics in Delhi University from 1963 to 69. She moved on from teaching to full-time research and publication as the director of Institute of Social Studies Trust. Over the course of her career, she founded a wide range of institutions such as Development Alternatives for Women for a New Era, which is Dawn, a Third World Network of Women, Social Scientists, and Institute of Social Studies Trust, which is ISST, a research center in Delhi. She has been a member of several policymaking bodies in India and abroad. State Planning Board of Karnataka, the erstwhile South Commission established in 1987, chaired by Dr. Julius Nerode, and various other committee agencies such as the Advisory Committee for UNDP Human Development Report on Poverty 1997, the Eminent Persons Group associated with the Greca Michel Committee, UN, on the impact on children of armed conflict, etc. She has been a visiting fellow at Harvard University, Boston University, University of Sussex, SIAS, and Oxford University. She is the recipient of the Bradford Moore's Memorial Award 1995 from the UNDP at the Beijing World Conference. She had been awarded Padma Bhushan by the government of India in 2006 for contribution to social justice and the empowerment of women. She has written several books related to women's role in national and international progress. Her most recent work is a memoir, which we have already spoken about, which is The Brass Notebook. And more importantly, and again, from the Brass Notebook, what I realized that here is a lady who took the bulls and the bulls by the horn and bears by the paws, and she climbed an elephant, not up through a ladder, but climbed the trunk, imitating the mahout, and she did it well. And then she taught India to count correctly, speaking for undervalued, unacknowledged work done by women. Dr. Devika Jain, uh, I think she is muted and her video is off. And perhaps I need to go off and see whether I can contact her, while maybe some of you can ask her to unmute and switch on her video again. She's a fantastic speaker. All of you who have heard her on YouTube, you'll know that she's a wonderful speaker. So let's see. Dr. Devaki Jain, ma'am, if you could kindly unmute yourself.
Wonder if someone can call Dr. Jain.
I think.
Do you have a number?
So,
Yeah,
Dr. Mitra is trying to
I'm
contact him.
All right.
Shati is supposed to have a number, and I think she's trying to contact her.
All right, great.
Mute, mute.
Mute করে দাও।
There's a lot of noise, yes. Professor Jain is connected because I can see her in the list of people.
Now you can speak.
Oh, there she is.
Speak, is it? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, but
Yes,
we would
of
also
course,
like
I
to
know.
see you. But we would like to see you. So there is.
Let's hear you the better. And
There we are.
That's it. We've got.
I'm so
there you
sorry.
are.
Is it my turn to speak now?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. It is
okay.
your time to speak.
I've been listening and enjoyed it very much, but I must tell you that I have no real substantive knowledge about Doris's writings. And I explained to Miss Chaudhary that I'm just an interloper because I met her, but that's the only qualification I have, that I've talked to her. But afterwards, I did not read her in any depth. So if you still want me to do this, I'm doing it because I've been honored by your invitation and I admired the conversation. So, it is, of course, for all of you who admire Doris, it must be quite something
to talk about her, but for me, that I should have met Doris Lessing while she was writing her books is quite a thrill. And the Golden Notebook was not ready. So she said, I'm now in the process of doing that. So I want to tell you how I met her, so that is the only thing I can tell you. It's a long story, but I hope it will help or enable what is called contextual analysis. The year would be 1958. I was returning from a seminar at Harvard, an annual event designed and implemented by Henry Kissinger, who was the head of the international affairs at Harvard University. Can you hear me? Am I relevant? I hope I am. It's very new to me to address a group of academics who are all literaries and interested in literature. So we were about 30, 40 invitees, all supposed to be below 50, writers, activists. And amongst them was one woman novelist called Anne Piper. She was writing books, and she and I became friends. And so she asked me to come and stay with her in London on my way home. She was living by the waterfront. So I stayed with her for 2 days, and it was amazing that she knew Doris very well because she was part of the club of writers in London. And many of you must have read that there were so many of these wonderful clubs of writers, and there are so many names that I don't want to show off. But so she was one of those. She was a writer, and her books never really made it to the top, but they were quite sweet stories. So I stayed with her, and then she said, aren't you going to write something about yourself? Because, at Harvard, I was speaking about my walking with Vinoba Bhave and things like that. And people thought I should write about that there was this young woman of 24 walking with Vinoba Bhave and so on. So anyway, she said, I'm going to call Doris. She'll inspire you. So Doris came home, a lively, friendly, warm-hearted woman. And she then said to me, I said, are you writing your book? I said, I'm thinking of it. So she said, let me talk to you. And we had a very good talk. So she said to me that I must just digress for a minute and tell you that one of her daughters has become a very famous actress. I'm thinking of also mentioning to you that the era at that time, and most of you have heard about it, Bloomsbury Group and so on, because there was no internet, there was much more human contact. People would talk to each other, groups would meet, writers would meet, musicians would meet. I don't know if you've ever read the correspondence between Simone de Beauvoir and the famous other, I'll get the name of the man, all writing, all letters, and there were no laptops, so it's all handwritten letters. Wonderful, just like I have 32 of Iris Murdoch's letters, all handwritten. So it's so wonderful to see the handwriting, Of course, I donated those letters to the Iris Murdoch Center now. So because I talked about Vinoba Bhave, she said, how did this Indian ethic come of giving and giving us punya, if you give, you get blessings. So we talked about all that. And then she said, you must write your book. I said, I've never thought about it. She said, you must write about it. She had not yet finished her golden notebook. She had still got to that. So, of course, my life took a different turn, and it never occurred to me that I would write a book. So when I wrote my book, my biography, which I'm showing off now, but it's not to promote sales, but to just tell you, I called it Brass Notebook, just to say it's a lower species of metal, because I'm a lower species of writer. And I enjoyed then reminding myself about Doris, who said, you must write your book. But how do you explain what happened in those days? Everywhere there were these writers in London and Oxford. And since there was no internet, you actually met them. You had places where you could meet, talk, embrace. So it was not only Doris, it was not only Iris Murdoch, but so many others that I had the opportunity to meet. So, how do I go further and give this so called keynote? Really, I'm not equipped to say more on Doris Lessing, uh, except that I had this conversation with her, and all that she did was, you must write, you must write. And we spent an hour how to write. So, write where you were born, what are your parents, this, that. So, it was a kind of, mind you, this was 1956, 1959. And I didn't even think of writing my story till 2 years ago when somebody put money at my door and said, write your life. So I started writing my life. But I didn't look at Doris's book to get inspiration. I just wrote as I felt like writing. So, how do I justify the fact that those of you who are doing this set of seminars to call me without my having really an in-depth knowledge either of Doris Lessing? The only qualification I have is that I know her, I talked to her, I spoke to her, spent time with her. But there's no other really gripping thing I can say about her, except that it has been very enjoyable to listen to all of you split open her, her writings and look at it from so many ways, which is fascinating to me. If you want me to talk about how she looked exactly as you see in pictures, very hair tousled. At that time also she was very shapeless. She was shapeless till 2 years ago and she died, but she was. That is how everybody was. If you saw Iris Murdoch, it's full of loose hair, all the time scratching like this, not wearing brassiere, so their bosoms were always dangling with big T-shirts and skirts. And that seemed to be the style when I was in Oxford. Almost all the dons were in that kind of shape, that there was not like today. So it was fun to see Doris, Iris, all these people in that kind of careless mode, which is very different from how it is now. So I'm very fortunate, and you're only seeing me because I'm a fortunate person. I've had an opportunity to have conversations with all these people. So if you think I haven't said enough, you can understand that I don't want to be untruthful, because I did not see her afterwards, I did not hear before. But all I know is that she kept on saying, write. What shall I write? So she said, write about your experience of Gandhi's philosophy, write about your mother, write about your father. So ultimately I didn't write what she asked me to write, but it did mean that I should say in my foreword that she inspired me, and her idea of 4 notebooks growing into the final golden notebook was a brilliant idea, because then you're nervous, you don't know what to do, so you write them. So I also spent nearly 8 years. Sometimes I just wrote 1 chapter, and you will be amused that it was removed by my mentor. I called it the diamond necklace. My father, who was not very well off, over 40 years, managed to buy diamonds enough to make a diamond necklace for my mother. It was this kind of love for her. So when my mentor in Oxford, a woman called Elike Bome, saw that, she said, no, you can't write about diamond necklace and have it published in Britain. I said, why not? Oh, in Britain, diamonds are something very rare. Once you write diamond, people will say, oh, she belongs to a millionaire class. They won't know that you are not a rich person. So people kept on taking off chapters for various reasons from this book. But at least I survived. And now I'm so happy to tell you that it has been translated in 5 languages. And yesterday when I went to Bangalore, they gave me the Kannada translation. And I believe it's been translated to Hindi, Tamil, Marathi, and so forth. So I feel so pleased. And I myself am asking, how come? Why are they translating it? What's interesting? And I think maybe people are showing that you can make it. I was to be married at the age of 14. And finally I married at the age of 33, a man that I loved. All that story, I suppose, should be said to other young people these days who are trapped in caste and early marriage and so on. So maybe. But I was baffled at the demand for the book because I wrote it under pressure. So thank you so much for asking me to this. I wish Doris was alive. Then I would say, Doris, I called it brass because I'm much lower species. But they're all gone. Iris, Doris, they're all gone, including my friend who introduced me to her. Uh, so thank you. I'm so sorry. This is a very inadequate keynote, but you called the wrong person. So the blame is on you.
Ma'am, could you also talk about the kind of philosophy, perhaps, because you are a person who was extremely inspired to do social work, and like actually service to the nation is how perhaps you're constantly writing in your book. The generation which is completely eager to give into activism, and we find the similar kind of spark when we read Lessing, but you had met her. So is it like going off to marches and the spirit of the time which she writes about in the series Zeitgeist, which is the children of violence, which is she was in the process of writing when you had met her, and it is that spirit that she is constantly talking about, which you have lived in England and shared with her. So, would you say, like, although there was no internet, but the youth across nations and across boundaries and borders were perhaps a little more similarly enthused about things? Is that
um,
how you?
it's a very good question, and I think era has changed. I mean, what we have been through recently, probably they went through in England many years ago. I don't know, but the curious thing is that even now, I have a small office where I employ young women who are like post MA who want to do some bibliographies for me. And I'm shocked to tell you that at the age of 21, 22, they allow themselves to have arranged marriage. My best kid, who was here for the last 2 years, has just agreed to an arranged marriage. Uh, I just can't believe it. So obviously, we are still way ahead back in terms of breaking. I think the young women today in India, a few are courageous, but many are not courageous. They do want to be comfortable. They do want to have wealth. These two girls who recently married, who are my sister, they married because it's going to be within wealthy families. It's not going to struggle. So I'm generalizing. I'm not a sociologist. I don't know enough. But I don't want to say too much about that era. But I do think it was a very exciting era. The 70s, 80s in England were just thrilling. There was Wittgenstein. There were all these philosophers. And I was drunk with the excitement of the intellectual life of Oxbridge. I was just drunk. It is thrilling to be able to, yeah, I mean, I don't want to get, don't want to talk loosely, but I must tell you that the 60s and 70s, and I'm only talking of a very specific place, Oxbridge, was fibrillating with philosophers, with writers, and also unorthodox people. I mean, I used to laugh that my tutor was Iris Murdoch, and she would come without loose t-shirt, short skirt, no underwear, and they were just behaving. There was one called Enid Stark. That was the beginning of recognizing same-sex relationships. So if Enid Stark walked in the Oxford Square, everybody say, "Oh, that's Enid Stark. She lives with Iris Murdoch," things like that. So we'd have fun. But now it's so common. But then it was all for. So I think that was a great era. I think when people were coming out of orthodoxy into unconventional behavior, and I think Doris captures that very well in her 4 notebooks. Did you see the little film they made of her after she got her Nobel?
It's very charming.
Yes. I was thrilled, I must tell you, to say this with the big bosoms walking up a thing with the hair tousled. That's so, such an image of, that's how Iris looked, that's how all those women looked. So sorry if I've disappointed you, Sneha.
Ratna, go ahead.
Devki ji, it was wonderful listening to you. I have two questions actually to ask you. The first one you can just answer in yes or no, but the second one, if you can, I'd like you to say a little more. I would have loved to hear you read a page from your book because, we'd like to know how the brass notebook gleams and shines.
Okay,
Lovely to
that's
hear.
wonderful. I mean,
It
I
was
haven't
lovely.
done that at all. Nobody's asked me to for a reading session.
Okay, so I
It's
mean, do we
interesting,
want
if you're not a well-known writer, and
yeah.
this was, as I said, I had the pressure to write. People thought I had an interesting life. I should write about it for the sake of young people. So I
Okay,
wrote it. But I
wonderful.
mean,
I'd love to hear, all of us, I'm sure, would love to hear one page from your book. The other thing I wanted to ask you, which I wanted you to answer in a yes or no, do you have a son called Srinivasan Jain?
did I what?
Do you have a son called Srinivasan Jain?
Well, she has.
Okay.
No. It was clumsy. I mean,
No. I don't think I've heard.
I cannot believe it's come out like this. I cannot believe that in India it has sold 1,000 copies. I cannot believe it's been translated. It was
Yeah,
just a mess in my life. But
no, I
but
want to hear a page of your book, but is your son called Srinivasan Jain?
Yes, yes.
did I what?
Your son, ma'am.
Yes, my son is Srinivasa Jain.
I've
That's
taught him. I was his teacher when he was in Hindu college. In the year one, I think it's 1985, 86, 84, 85, 86. That's when I think I taught him English honors at Hindu college. If it's the same person.
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay. The question I wanted to ask you was since you said Iris Murdoch is.
Your voice is not coming clearly. Just keep away from the mic, then I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near the mic. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, the question I wanted to ask you was Iris Murdoch, since you said she was your tutor, her husband wrote this very moving book about John Bailey,
Yeah.
which is called Iris. Have you looked at it?
Yes.
And would you like.
Those of us who were her students and fell in love with her, and she was a very warm-hearted person. She came and visited me in India. I have a photograph of her carrying my first son, Gopal. It was really an intimate friendship. She funded me for my last year in Oxford because I had no money. She was a warm-hearted person, and we got on well because I was very, she was she. Those were the days when you had Sartre. Jean-Paul Sartre had come up that time. It was an interesting time. There was Wittgenstein on one hand, there was existentialism on the other hand, and there was Iris Murdoch in the middle between orthodox philosophy and Sartre. And we were exposed to all that. So we had this broad range on what is moral philosophy, what is gender philosophy, and then in the middle of all that is Hart with his theory of justice, very tough, very orthodox. So orthodoxy and progressive philosophy was all together, and then there was so come back to Iris Murdoch. There was also Wittgenstein, with the language of morals, removing the whole thing into linguistic philosophy. And how to tell you what was happening? I think it was a era where new ideas were being born, and the new ideas were being welcomed, especially in Oxbridge. I think since the last 10 years, I've been going every year to Oxford for 1 or 2 terms because they made me an honorary fellow. That bursting of new ideas I did not notice. Now, it could be that since I'm not a student there anymore, I don't notice it. That could also be the reason. But you don't see books coming like The Language of Morals, which Hare wrote, or these books that Wittgenstein did, Language of Morals. That was, I think, innovative. But Iris, in the middle of it all, was a unconventional woman. People tell me that she was a lesbian, but she married she married a man, so that also happened.
Yes.
He was a ridiculous fellow. When she got this Alzheimer and died, he almost wanted to kill him because he was a ridiculous person to marry, but she married him.
Oh,
And John.
John Bailey. Yes.
He was, but that's what happens. So we knew her well. She came to stay with me in New Delhi. And we became very close because I had no money and she funded me. So, but if you look at Iris and then you look at Doris, They all look very similar: loose sweaters without brassiers, short skirts, wandering about whichever way they liked. It's an image I love because it's a kind of image of truly unconventional liberated women. And I think there's something so wonderful about unconventionality. And there is some people in India too, but broadly we are scared. Especially the young people may not be scared, maybe wearing short pants and hot pants. But people like your age and others, I dare you to come to teach without a brassiere and just a noodle t-shirt. You don't do that. We are still
I would if I had the body for it. I no longer have it.
Pardon?
I I would take up your dare if I had the body for it. I no longer have it. But Doris Lessing took a lot of trouble when she was young
Yeah.
to offer that shape and to celebrate it and to cycle in a mini skirt and enjoy that freedom as well. I think you met her when she was 40 and, sort of over some very
Yeah.
impassioned relationships.
But you can challenge me. I didn't have the guts. I know that.
No, why should I? The thing is that, we all move through time spaces. And I'm discovering now with my large body that the sari is the most comfortable and most beautiful thing to wear. So, I would plump for it anytime. But can we hear a chapter, one page from your book? I would just like to hear what you've said because I haven't read the Brass Notebook. I promise I will go out and buy it. If there's a Tamil translation, I will buy that for my mother and make her read it. But I would really like to hear a page from your work.
Dr. Ahmed, are we distracting you too much from the core of what you wanted? Because I let you down in the sense that I wrote something on what I would say today. But it seems to me so boring just to say how I met her, what she said, what I said, where I met her. Because all she did to me was to insist that I write. There was something about that. You must write your story, you must write. And why did she say that? Because I'd walked with Vinoba. I'd left my home at the age of 18 and things like that. You write it. But why should one write it? It's a kind of heroic thing to say, I did. I didn't want to do that. And I wasn't literary at that time. But so I remembered her when I started this book. And I imitated her also in the sense of putting brass. I just liked doing that. It was not to say that I'm anywhere near her, but I just felt so sentimental saying, Doris, I finally wrote it and I've called it brass. So there's a kind of association and a kind of emotion. And she died very recently, but I must confess that I didn't have the guts to go and see her in the later years because, she became so famous. And my friend, Anne, died in the middle of all this. So, and anyway, people like you and me, we don't go behind celebrities because that's another big thing, to go behind celebrities. So thank you. Shall I say thank you and check out?
Ma'am, are you going? We were just wondering whether you're going to read a little
Please.
excerpt from your book,
Yeah,
the Brass Notebook.
one page.
I couldn't hear what you said. Put it.
Shall I just type it out?
Can you read?
What do
Can you read something from your book,
Of course I will, happily.
please?
Shall I read about my love life?
Yes.
Yes,
Please
it was
do.
very
No,
exciting.
I'm saying I think one of the chapters I loved was how I met the man I married. But I think that may not be enough for you.
No, we
Please
would love to know.
Please read.
Please do read it.
Please read.
read.
No,
We will
there
love
are-
it.
There are one or two sections here which have attracted a lot of attention. When I wrote about touch, and I wrote about the way uncles tend to take advantage, then I don't know if you remember the film called Monsoon Wedding.
Of
Yes.
course.
Yes.
Of course.
That also the uncle. Then if you read, there was another book called Once They Were, which is about New Zealand indigenous tribes.
Yes.
And I remember, not that I wrote because I remembered that, but I'm just saying now I'm remembering that again it's the mama, the mother's brother. Uncle was still alive. They said, the children of that uncle will just die with shame if you publish it. So I had to wait for 3 years till he died before I could write that he did that. And he did that not only to me. Later on, I found that two of my cousins had also had him play with. And always pretending to play, but actually what they did was absolutely monstrous. Monstrous. I mean, to suck his penis was really, when I think about it, I want to die out of shame. But can you imagine? And this is not uncommon that mamas take advantage of girls. I'm told it's very common in India.
Accepted.
So, so I don't want to read about that. And the other part I could read about is too sentimental, falling in love with this man. So if you feel that's what you should write about, shall I read that bit?
Anything.
It's
No,
called Falling in
anything.
Love, the Unsuitable Boy. Are you listening? I said, I love you. You have to marry me. I cannot. I'm engaged. Yes, I do, but you must break it because I love you. He was a beautiful man with clear, glowing skin, luminous eyes, and full, sensual lips. He wasn't tall, but wasn't short either, and well built. He spoke softly, but with the confidence and passion of an instinctive leader. A full command of himself, his mind, and the organization he served. It was 1957. He was 32, I was 24. We were living in an age when the name and philosophy of Gandhi meant something for most of us. He was still part of that living memory. The ideals of his movement and the moral authority of his personality gave him a power that went beyond anything possessed by any living politician. It is difficult to explain this to people who have grown up in subsequent generations to whom he is a historical figure. The idea of a Gandhian social activist had an attraction that gave everything associated with it a strange romance. The austerity of lifestyle, the deep concern with truthfulness, personal integrity, even the bush shirt and trousers made of homespun khadi cloth. Lakshmi Jain, that was his name, was what we call a constructive worker. It had nothing to do with construction. It was a phrase of Gandhi's used to urge Indians to involve themselves in work at the grassroots, transforming people's lives. Political freedom from the colonizer was only supposed to be the first step, the first freedom. Next came economic freedom, freedom from hunger and want, called the second freedom, still a long way for millions of Indians. Lakshmi's father had served as a district president of the Congress party in Delhi. His father had also edited a paper called the Arjun. Lakshmi had graduated with a BA during the peak of the freedom movement. He had been elected secretary of the Scholars Union, the Hindu college in Delhi University. He was a fiery speaker and led the student marches during the Quit India movement. Born in 1925, he was just at the right age, about 20 years old, at the peak of the movement. He was general secretary and director of ICU. Each one of us had to report what we were doing. He would interrogate us. I'm cutting through because it's getting boring. To my eyes, Lakshmi looked like a prince. I was reminded of Sir Galahad. Have you heard about Sir Galahad? I really thought I was reminded of the knight in the Arthurian romances we had grown up reading. I could visualize myself riding on a white horse with him into heaven or eternity. He was my man, even though he belonged to an inconvenient caste, that is to say, inconvenient from my point of view. Chasers and businessmen, people of his caste, were not scholars or professionals like us, the Brahmins, and I immediately knew this would cause problems with my family. But there was a more pressing problem. In 57, he had got engaged to a young woman. The wedding was imminent, and I spent several days in agony at the thought that my own reticence had denied me the chance of happiness with the man I loved. A diary entry from those years expresses my feelings more precisely than any retrospective account can. This day has been torture. If God made the engagement happen so that I might wake up, now that I've woken up, He should help me. God, I have no scruples left. And now pray that the engagement may be broken. I feel this is it. Nothing as heartbreaking as coming to this rest. And the rest is a very wicked, immoral thing. I made him break that engagement. And that woman never married again. And I married him. And it's been a sort of guilt on my head. But people tell me, no, but you were truthful. So So anyway, we did then fall in love and we did get married. And it's happened like this. We were at a wedding and I was strategic. I was so desperate that I want to marry this man that I strategized that we should go on a ride. So I said, I love you. He looked at me with disbelief. What was this woman saying? Had she lost her mind? He said nothing. And the taxi, a yellow and black cab of the kind common in Delhi in those times, made its rickety way towards the wedding. Are you listening? I repeated. I love you. You have to marry me. Still, he was silent. Then he spoke. You know, I'm married, engaged. Yes, I do, but you must break it because I love you. I launched into a speech of reproach. How could you get engaged without telling me? He was surprised. I didn't know you cared for me. Our destination arrived. He stepped out of the taxi. But later on, I caught him again as we drove. And then, it's one of those terrible things actually in life. I don't know if you know that a touch can transform you, and a touch can be wicked, touch can create happiness. But that touch finished us off. We both fell in love like anything. And he had the courage to break his engagement. But it's very, very sad. That woman is a very famous woman. She never got married, and that pain hung on my head for nearly 30 years because we used to see each other in the same place in Delhi. The woman that he had betrayed, and I who had broken the marriage. So it's a very problematic thing, that I don't feel morally pure because of that. But I know I was driven by love, and sometimes people console me and say, but he loved you too. So don't feel so bad. So that's another problematic story.
Well, ma'am, the marriages are always made in heaven, they say.
Say that again?
I said, marriages are made in heaven, they say. Marriages are made in heaven.
I couldn't get that.
Marriages are made in
but
heaven.
Your voice is not coming through.
I'm sorry. I said
You are
marriages.
very destined to marry.
Yeah, marriages are made in heaven. We are just instruments.
Was decide,
So-
right?
Yeah.
No.
Am I audible? Because
You're keeping your mic like this, but for me, the diction is not clear.
is it better now?
No, it's not.
It is
Can
not.
one of
Very
you
possibly.
interpret her question to me?
No, she's saying marriages are made in heaven, which we can challenge actually. Eunice de Souza has already done that, Swati.
I know. I know that.
Hers seems to have been made in a black and white taxi.
No, but do you feel, since it's an intimate group and you're not going to go out and speak to the Calcutta newspaper or anything about this,
Not at all.
but do you feel do you feel uncomfortable with what I'm saying? That
Not at all.
No.
I think it's perfectly fine. Devki ji,
What about you?
You have to stop thinking of
Mr.
yourself
Abdul
as a
Zuman,
homemaker.
do you feel? What about my Bangladeshi brother? Do you feel
Perfectly
that?
all right.
Perfectly all right, yes.
I
Yeah.
think
We
it's one
enjoy.
of the
It's a frank confessions from your part. That is quite interesting.
Yeah.
And we are learning to confess from you. Yes, from your experience.
It's not confessing.
Yes.
I
Since-
think it's been
Since many
very
of you know
honest.
Srinivasan Jain, I
Yes,
want to
yes.
tell you that my sons don't feel guilty about it. They only don't like me to go on talking about it.
Fair enough.
Like you're making me talk about it. You shouldn't.
But if I may say, Devaki ji, that so many women censor themselves and feel that they cannot speak their truth, so to speak. And when they do, they are criticized. They should not have said this. How does it make this patriarch of the family feel, etc. And so you, in speaking your truth, you are inspiring other women to do the same, and also putting men such as abusers on notice that society is watching, and this isn't going to be swept under the carpet. So I think that it's very important that you have spoken as you do, and I hope that you don't have to apologize about being the.
Josna, thank you so much. And the other very delicate part was this child rape, that is the sexual assault by, I described it in such detail, which is actually sickening. Partly because it's happening all the time to young girls in the slums of Delhi and so on. I cannot believe that I went through it, and at least till 10 years ago, now I'm very old, I'm 88, till I was 70, 75. If I remembered it, I could actually smell his penis, and it was such a frightening experience, I'm sure if you interview girls in slums and ask them how they feel about that moment, it's enough to kill you. So, and how vulnerable we are in these old-fashioned homes. And guess what my mother did? She just locked me up. She wouldn't speak to the public about him. He lived right through till he was 85. And nobody...
Disgusting.
When he, my father at the age of 90, died at the age of 100. So one day, in a moment when I felt very close to my father, I told him, you know what that man did, because after he died, he said, you should have told me. I would have taken a gun and shot him. At that time, that is when that uncle was about 22 and I was about 8 or 6. So I think and monsoon wedding also shows
If I may do it myself, I have gone through the same experience, and I was told to be shut about it. You don't talk about that. How can you say about something like that about your family? It's more important to preserve another man in the so-called family than to preserve your own child. And as far as I know, that the man who did the same thing to me, he has twin daughters now. It's a cruel fate that he has, and I worry about the daughters. If he could do that to someone, I mean, the daughters are not safe, but I hope they are. I hope one day that they can go out of it. And it's such a pleasure. I am stuttering that I'm speaking with you, and it was such an honor to hear you. And it has inspired me to hear someone say that, no, I took this responsibility on me and stood my grounds. I could cry about it because I feel the same thing, and it is still such a homophobic society, but I will not back down because familial roles or societal roles ask me to do that, because whom I love, that should be more important than what society thinks of me. I mean, that's what I wanted to say, and I am shaking about it, but yes, I wish I was audible.
Proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Well, this is not only about Doris Lessing. I think Center for Studies, Gender, Culture, Media is also celebrating the Women's Month, which is why, Devakiji, you make so much sense and honor to this me. And Oinfila, you're
thank you. You have no idea. I feel such an interloper.
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Not at all. We are very delighted to have heard you. Can I just go back to Doris Lessing for half a minute and say something? In her autobiography, she's talking about what I think is very close to pedophilia, and this is something that's really puzzling me. So I think I will bring this up. She talks about being young, and she talks about somebody in the family who's trying to, get into her underwear, as it were, get into her bed, and how it's not successful. And then elsewhere, while she's speaking, she feels that every young girl should be sexually introduced to a much older man who knows what he's doing. So, I mean, coming from a context, and this is Lessing speaking, by the way, in another generation. So coming from a context where, we are now talking about pedophilia, we are talking about sexual harassment, we're talking about abuse, it was something that really puzzled me, because that would not be the story or even the desire of a lot of young women. And a lot of them recoil, don't understand, go back and, suffer in, suffer this sort of systemic abuse. It's something that Virginia Woolf, for instance, struggles with. So this is something that always baffled me about Lessing. And I just wondered whether somewhere in our systems of how we receive or understand our own sexuality, the idea of a competent older male in control is sort of embedded into the patriarchal system. Because this is Lessing speaking, so it was. I've done a lot of work on Lessing, and so it is in many ways like a very long marriage. So I was
Yeah, but it is also marriages are complicated, Ratna, and you and me who have been married to Lessing for quite some time, we do know that she can be a little
yeah,
self-contradictory in many a time.
in many a time, but this one was a little puzzling, because it looked at heterosexuality as a normative space where the female of the species was, passive. That's why I really think that the French feminists, when they talk about this sex, which is not one, makes so much sense because there was not a vocabulary of female desire.
Absolutely.
And that's something that is, I really think now in retrospect, that's really post-Lessing, that particular space, which is why I wanted to bring this out. And I think you did a great job both ways, Devkiji, by speaking about this terrible thing that happened to you, because it happens all the time to everybody.
Happens all the time.
Happens in the toughest of places, happens inside temples. All you have to do is to sort of, switch on the mode. And, the other very amazing thing, you said you proposed to your husband, which was extraordinary because women were not supposed to speak. But you also, when you proposed to him, would have been prepared somewhere inside your head to hear him say no. But he didn't. So I think at that point, all your guilt or misgivings, you shouldn't have ever looked back, ever thought about it. Because here was this 32-year-old man who said yes to a proposal. Well, that's really unconventional and beautiful. And, this should really be a wonderful sort of story for the 21st century.
Well, it is a very wonderful story, Ratna. If you read the Brass Notebook, which is currently my favorite, as you can understand, because it's so very inspiring. It gives sanction to so much which is woman. Sanction to the fact that one can be outside the mores. And I think
Dr. Mitra, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's already 20 minutes late.
I know.
So let us have the
We have to
discussion
wind up.
during the
We have to
panel.
wind up.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I just want to say one thing in answer to comment, and then you can decide what you want to do. I think it's very difficult. It's difficult to survive those incidents, and it's also difficult to speak about them in order to do what we are doing just now. There is so much built-in psychology of shame in India. You're shamed for everything. You're shamed for cutting your hair. You're shamed for. So, if a girl who's of 12 in an Orthodox family or even a non-Orthodox family says, I had this kind of sexual assault, I think people just say, don't talk about it, because it's afterwards nobody, but even my uncle and mother, my aunt and my mother said, shh, don't talk to anybody about it. And as I wrote, instead of locking him up, they locked me up so that he may not touch me. Now look at that kind of defense of the women in a family, of the men. I think that's very common. The defense of the erring man by the women. What do you think, Ahmed Bhai? Don't you think the men... Don't you think that the women tend to defend the brother, the uncle?
Always.
Yes, would be saying to our daughters not to go out in the evening, but we wouldn't tell the male counterparts not to venture, So that's the thing happening everywhere, even in Bangladesh. Yes.
Men are so important in Indian households.
Yes.
Anyway.
Well, as I have been told by Sneha, and we have missed time because we were all so engrossed talking about the Brass Notebook, talking to Dr. Devaki Jain. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful session. I don't know whether you are audible. I am audible to you, but thank you so much. But there are Oindrila, and there are going to be several youngsters who are going to present now. if you would like to stay on and listen to them, they are the new generation who are going to express their thoughts about Lessing and South Asia and its literature. Thank you so much, Dr. Devaki Jain. Thank you so
Thank you
much,
for
audience.
letting me have this opportunity. I felt so unequipped, but it's good. Thank you.
Quite equipped.
Not at all.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for chairing this session, and Dr. Jain for your
And
lively
you converted
anecdotes.
into
And we
good
are so
discussion.
feeling bad that we have to cut this discussion short because there are 4 student papers lined up in this session. Last but not the least, before the valedictory, the first speaker is Diksha Samra from Guru Nanak Dev University. Diksha, are you around? Can we have your
Yes,
yeah?
ma'am.
So
By the way, the
I'll
book
just
has been
introduce
translated
you
to
briefly.
Kannada and to Tamil, but maybe you might like to see whether it will help the Bengali young girl. Then you could, the publisher can get you help to translate it. I'm not selling it. I mean, don't think I'm marketing my book. I'm just saying it has this kind of capacity to
What is it
engage
called,
in
this Tamil?
discussions.
What is
So
the
thanks a
Tamil?
lot, everybody. I'm very
Thank
sorry. I
you.
don't know enough about the full depth of Doris Lessing, but Doris Lessing has given us a key to open a conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Diksha, I'll just introduce you, is currently pursuing Masters of Philosophy from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Her research work mainly involves critical discourse analysis and systemic functional grammar. She's studying Margaret Thatcher's speeches to see how Thatcher used language to persuade people. The title of our talk today is Exploring Literature Feminine through Short Stories of Doris Lessing, Isma Chuktai, and Morshada Devi. You have 15 minutes time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So I'll directly start with the main points of the paper instead of reading all of it. Literature feminine was term given by Helen Sissu in her essay Laugh of the Medusa, which first appeared in Science Journal of Women in Culture and Society. It was later explored further by Helen Sissu and Catherine Clement in their book The Newly Born Woman. The concept of literature feminine refers to women writing about women. In the essay, The Laugh of the Medusa, Sissu boldly calls out all women to write. Writing is for you are for your body is yours, take it. Sissu stresses on this statement strongly because writing genre has been heavily dominated by men. It has always been men describing women in their text, and that's why women have ended up seeing themselves from a man's perspective. A woman's body and her sexuality has been labeled as something taboo in men's literature. Sissu suggests that unless women take their body back from the literature written by men, their life as well as body will not be their own. A woman without body is more like a shadow to a man who cannot fight. Such a woman is a false woman and needs to be killed through writing. So Sissu boldly urges women to write more about their body to encourage individuality and regain her own body, which has been kept away from her by male dominated society. She relates the censoring of body to censoring voice of women. By writing, women will break out of the snare of silence and avoid the women from getting conned into accepting a domain which is the margin. So, in this paper, 3 short stories have been analyzed to see how women characters have been portrayed in these stories and whether there are any similarities or dissimilarities between these characters. The 3 short stories are To Room 19 by Doris Lessing, The Homemaker by Ismat Chugtai, and Breast Giver by Mahasweta Devi. To Room 19 highlights what goes through mind of a woman when she decides to invest her life in a marriage. Susan got married in her late 20s. Susan and Matthew enjoyed initial years of their marriage by throwing parties and meeting friends. But as the marriage life started to intensify, their marriage turned into a monotonous life. The monotony of life made them question their marriage. The conclusion they came to was that it was Matthew's love for Susan that provided meaning in the marriage. Without love, there could be no family. However, the love faded away slowly. Matthew started to spend more time at work and parties while Susan was at home taking care of children and the big house. He even confessed once that he had slept with a woman, but Susan swept the issue under the rug to avoid any further argument. Her intelligence did not allow her to entertain the issue. Besides, her practical intelligence made her
ignored the casual sweet afternoons her husband was having. Doris Lessing writes, meanwhile, her intelligence continued to assert that all was well. What if her Matthew did have an occasional sweet afternoon, the odd affair? For she knew quite well, except in her moments of aridity, that they were happy, that the affairs were not important. Susan's ignorance of the reality that her husband was not anymore in love with her started to take toll on her mental health. She started to see the big house and children as the entity that was growing on her. The children and the big house had started to become a burden on her. The unintelligent investment in a loveless marriage, family life pushed her mental health to a point where she ends up committing suicide. The second story is breast giver. Breast giver is a story about a professional mother named Yashoda. She uses her breast not only to feed her own children but also to feed babies of Haldar family by profession. Her profession of breastfeeding Haldar family's babies brought food on the table of her house. She was looked upon as a divine mother who raises children. She becomes highly respected not only in Haldar's family but also in neighborhood because of her work. People start to see her as a blessing of lion-seated goddess. But after 25 to 30 years, the new generation of Haldar family chooses not to breed as often as their ancestors did and decides to live separately in different cities, Jashoda starts to lose her importance in the family, not only the Haldar family but also in her own family's eyes. Kangali Charan, her husband, starts to live in Shiva's temple, where he gets into an affair with Gopali. Even Yashoda's children show no interest in paying any attention to their mother. With decline in her demand in Haldar family's house, her importance in her own family also decreases. When she learns about breast cancer, she refuses to go to hospital. Neither her own family nor Haldar family takes it seriously. When her condition worsens, then she is taken to the hospital. When doctor tells Kangali Charan that Yashoda is in last stage of cancer and that she won't survive, he doesn't take much time to put her out of his memory. In the end, Yashoda dies of breast cancer. This story represents how a woman gets exploited for her motherly nature. Yashoda's mind was programmed by society that being a mother is a very divine thing. She was a product of society where concept of Sati Savitri Sita through Nirupar Roy and Chand Osmani was still alive. This programming made each man the holy child and each woman the divine mother. That is why her motherly love overflowed for Kangali Charan as much as for her children. This programming had made Yashoda an unreasoning and unintelligent woman who was devoted to her husband and loved her children. The programming blinded her from seeing that she was being exploited for her milk-giving breast by both her family and Haldar family. Her motherly love for her husband blinded her from seeing any fault in her husband. Instead, she wanted to become the earth and feed her crippled husband and helpless children with a fulsome harvest. Haldar family also exploits Yashoda's milk-giving breast so that daughter-in-laws of Haldar family gets to maintain their shape and enjoy wearing European-cut blouses. Yashoda gives 25 to 30 years of service to Haldar family as a mother by profession and breastfeed 50 children, out of which 20 were her own. Despite her years of service, people start to leave her in her later years. Her husband grows emotionally distant and so does her children. Yashoda tries to continue serving Haldar family as a cook, but she is sent away from the house by eldest daughter-in-law, saying that her husband works at Shiva temple and can afford her livelihood. Yashoda then goes to Kangali Charan, but he also sends her away. He refuses to accept that it was Yashoda's service that provided for the family. Rather, he starts to believe that Haldar family's door opened for Yashoda because his legs were cut off in first place. Yashoda later learns that her husband is having an affair with Nabin's niece Gopali. She gets extremely angry and returns to Haldar family for help. There she agrees to work as vegetarian cook even without pay because she had nowhere else to go. In the later years of her life, she is abandoned by her sons, her husband, and even Haldar family, whose children she reared with her own milk. It happened because her ability to bear children had vanished. Towards the end of the story, she starts to pray for her death as she finds it hard to cope up with the reality. When she learns about the breast cancer, she refuses to go to hospital. As her situation worsens, neither the Haldar family nor her own family takes any serious action. The very breasts that raised the generation were left to die a painful death. Instead of feeling guilty, people start to blame each other for not taking care of Yashoda. Her exploited motherhood starts to laugh at her unintelligence through the sores on her breast with 100 mouths, 100 eyes. She dies in the hospital a painful death where her breast explodes. The third story is The Homemaker. Ismat Chuktai's The Homemaker is a story of a woman's love for running a house. She highlights the fact that a woman is a natural homemaker, but when she's trapped forcefully in a role of homemaker as a wife, then she starts to suffocate. The protagonist of the story is Lajo, who works as a maid and a prostitute to her masters. The story starts with Bakshi, who offers Lajo to Mirza so that Mirza stops wasting his money on courtesans. Mirza objects to Lajo's presence in his house, but Lajo, who falls in love with Mirza's house instantly, refuses to leave. She likes the fact that there was no woman in Mirza's house to run it. And because a house does not belong to a man, he is more like a guest, she decides to run Mirza's house. Mirza is left with no option but to accept Lajo because she was too stubborn to leave. He soon starts to like the house, which was now more maintained than before. On seeing the house clean, he felt as though B. Amma, his late mother, was back. In the beginning, he showed reluctance to establishing any sexual relationship with Lajo, but she eventually seduces him and Mirza gives in to the temptation. Mirza starts to notice that other people in the neighborhood were willing to offer her more money and things if she would accept them as master. Mirza's new attachment for his maid made him insecure and he decided to marry her. Lajo failed to understand the need for marriage. She was willing to stay faithful to Mirza forever. However, she agreed to change her religion and marry Mirza. After marrying Lajo, Mirza felt relieved that he was able to make a decent woman of her. Mirza, who was relieved after trapping Lajo in as a wife, starts to visit courtesans again and somewhat forgets about Lajo. Mirza's indifference pushes Lajo to become unfaithful to her husband, and she ends up having an affair with Mithwa, her neighbor. Lajo's infidelity made him angry and he decided to divorce her. Lajo, after being beaten and divorced by Mirza, felt bad that he had to get through embarrassment of divorce because of her. Later, Mirza learns that marriage with the bastard was invalid, so the marriage and divorce with the Lajo never happened. Mirza feels relieved that his family name was still safe. On the other hand, when Lajo learns the same, she also feels relieved that marriage and divorce never happened. She finally feels great that the nightmare of marriage had ended. Towards the end of the story, she offers her service to Mirza again. Mirza, who still liked her, says nothing. She resumes her work at Mirza's house and turns it into a home again. This story offers a look at the traditional role of wife. Lajo was a natural homemaker. She decided to live with Mirza because she fell in love with the house. So her desire to run a house and turn it into a home was innate. But the moment she was labeled as wife and she was made to live on certain terms and conditions in the house, she started to feel trapped. First of all, her name changed to Fatima Kaniz. Secondly, Mirza asked her to always wear tight churidar kurta instead of skirt. Then she is asked not to fight with any man or curse. By marrying Lajo, in a way, Mirza owned her. After marriage, people had started to look at Lajo differently. As long as she was nobody's wife, everyone made advances towards her. But now that she was Mirza's wife, she had officially become Mirza's property. People did not look at her in the same way they used to look at her. Even Mirza's behavior towards her changed. Having installed her in the house, Mirza seems to have forgotten about her existence. For weeks, he would speak only in monosyllables. Lajo also understood that Mirza had started to visit courtesans again. He was no longer paying attention to Lajo's emotional needs. So Lajo turned towards Mithwa, only person who was still interested in her. Her emotional and physical needs were as natural as her desire to be a homemaker. Her need of running a house and satisfying her needs were as natural as Mirza's physical needs. But since she had become a wife, ethics did not allow her to let any man other than her husband fulfill her, while the same ethics did allow Mirza to see other women. This created imbalance in the relationship. This imbalance turned marriage into a nightmare for Lajo. The three stories look completely different on the surface, but by closely examining, one can see some similarities in them. Mahasweta Devi openly calls Yashoda unintelligent and unreasonable for blindly devoting her life to her husband. This is while Doris Lessing indirectly questions intelligence of Susan Rowling for never questioning her husband for his affairs and blindly investing her life in meaningless, loveless marriage life. Where Yashoda paid price for her unintelligence with the painful suffering from breast cancer, Susan paid price for unintelligent investment in loveless marriage through her mental health. At the end of the story, both of these women die. Yashoda, who was exploited for her motherly nature, which is represented by breast, dies of breast cancer, while Susan, who was exploited for her practical intelligence as a result of her poor mental health, commits suicide. Lajo, however, was bold enough to look in different direction when Mirza started to grow cold on her. Her boldness was a result of the fact that she was not programmed as other women of the society were. Her infidelity gets her divorce and she finally breaks free from the nightmare of marriage. Even though she did not think through her action, but her infidelity saved her life. Otherwise, she would have ended up dead as well. Where Susan and Yashoda get exploited for their motherly and homemaker abilities, Lajo survives because she was not born into the system. This aspect of story helps to reflect on how women are programmed for marriage and get exploited for the same. Another similarity that we see in these stories are the portrayal of husbands. In To Room 19, Matthew starts to grow cold on Susan.
Finish within the next 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes left.
Okay. So the next similarities is the role of husbands. Matthew stops caring. Matthew and Susan's marriage life becomes loveless life. Mirza and Lajo's marriage life becomes loveless life. And Kangali Charan also eventually loses love for his wife Yashoda when she gets old. So it cannot be coincidence that that these traits are common in these three stories. It cannot be coincident that these three different writers ended up portraying similar effects in their stories. Women losing value after getting married, emotionally distant husbands, and women being exploited for qualities like motherly love, practical intelligence, and homemaking abilities. These writers end up portraying similar effects of suffering and struggling wives because it happens in reality. Women are programmed to think that it is wise thing to blindly invest in marriage without questioning anything, even if institution of marriage starts to take toll on women's physical and mental health. By portraying this reality of marriage life, Doris Lessing, Ismat Chugtai, and Mahasweta Devi has done justice to women's voice and has excellently contributed to the killing of false women. Thank you.
Thank you, Diksha. It was a very well presented paper. And now I invite Oendrila De. Oendrila De is an English Literature Master's graduate from Bethune College under the University of Calcutta in Kolkata. Her research areas include memory literature, scar studies, and how trauma intermingles between the two, with particular focus on children's literature and exploration of the erased queerness in myths and film noirs. Today, she is going to present a paper entitled War and Elusive Peace, Explorations of Collective Trauma in Lessing's Martha Quest, and Wahid's the collaborator. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. When I had first sent in this abstract, Russia was merely threatening war towards Ukraine. Today is the 31st day of the said war. Now, war, Doris Lessing once declared, has been the most prominent thing in her life. Lessing's fiction confirms this view, as war in its myriad different incarnations marches inexorably through the pages of her multiform writings. And like Martha Quest, Lessing is a quintessential child of violence. Born out of the emotional wreckage of World War I, she was destined to become a very sharp observer of the World War II's harsh and glaring Holocaust, and obviously later an intervening prophet and an eminent scholar of the Armageddon. On the other hand, Mirza Wahid, born and brought up in Kashmir, offers a very first-hand narrative of the story of subaltern Kashmir by giving the voice to the discriminated and marginalized natives. I have based my research observations largely on the concepts of Jeffrey C. Alexander's trauma, a social theory. In this paper, I link a model of communal trauma that emphasizes the open ended cultural capacity for identity reconstruction with a very dynamic understanding of the civil society that portrays its tensions as intertwined with its utopian potential. The choice of texts becomes very poignant as it portrays the wide interest in the potential of global civil society and how national and colonial initiatives have fundamentally challenged it. I have attempted to shift this focus of the conversation away from using the notion of democracy to distinguish between the different sorts of societies and towards using it to distinguish between the different sectors within the same society. And I have looked at the cultural structures that are important to the civil spheres as well as its central institutions. And I have found that they differ significantly from discourses and institutions in non civil sectors, including religion, economy, state, and of course, family. Doris Lessing, we all know, was born to British parents. Her father, who has been crippled in World War I, was a clerk in the Imperial Bank of Persia, and her mother was a nurse. And in 1925, lured by the promise of course, getting rich through the maize farming, the family had moved to the British colony of Southern Rhodesia, of course, now Zimbabwe. Doris's mother adapted to the rough life in the settlement, energetically trying to reproduce what, in her view, was a civilized Edwardian life among the savages. But her father did not, and the 1,000-odd acres of bush that he had bought failed to yield any promised wealth. Lessing has described her childhood as an uneven mix of some pleasure and much pain. The natural world, which she explored with her brother Harry, was one retreat from this otherwise miserable existence. Her mother, obsessed with raising a proper daughter, very significant to our conversation that we had a few times back, enforced a very rigid system of rules and hygiene at home, and then installed Doris in a convent school where the nuns terrified these children with stories of hell and, of course, damnation. Lessing was later sent to an all-girls school in the capital of Salisbury, from where she soon dropped out. She was 13 and it was the end of her formal education, and her life itself, I believe, can be a metaphor for the civil sphere I talk of. And it is through her Children of Violence series, her quest for life and eventual peace is traced. Lessing's life has been a challenge to her belief that people cannot resist the currents of their time. And she fought against these biological and cultural imperatives that fated her to sink without a murmur into unfortunate marriage and motherhood. There is this whole generation of women, she had said, speaking of her mother's era. And it was as if their lives came to stop when they had children. Most of them got pretty neurotic because I think of the contrast between what they were taught at school than most people, because she became a writer. For her, writing is a process of setting a distance, taking the raw, the individual, the uncriticized, the unexamined into the realm of the general. And her ambition becomes to make a civil society out of the democracy of her life. And as per Jeffrey Alexander, when democracy is viewed in the earlier manner of civil society as an all or nothing proposition rather than in terms of continuous conflicts between the civil and this non-civil spheres, it easily falls prey to ideological distortions. Martha Quest notices an inconsistency in the way others speak and act early in childhood, which makes her quite sad. As a result, Martha seeks solace in reading, frequently borrowing books from the two educated Jews who lived nearby. She uses these books to develop her understanding of how the world works. Martha must cope with concerns of race, class, and women's rights in addition to the coming of age. And destructive compromises crisscrosses the century-long efforts to maintain an independent independent and forceful regulative civil writ, and sometimes veiled in the private domestic life, more often flaunted in public and defended by the binary rhetoric of civil society itself. Yet, the forces of war, colonialism, and post colonialism remain. The Collaborator, written in 2011, deals with the ascendancy, dominance, subjugation, insecurity, and above all, the coercion of proletariat and bourgeoisie in indigenous people. This novel is packed with the sounds of burning, horrific murders, and people, above all, with precise depiction of the marginalized society of occupied Kashmir. With violence, ache, and torture stamped upon agony's lives, Wahid exposes his people's voices. They are forced to face the war and terror of some of the world's so called big nations, which are involved in the world's oldest struggle. In his apt language, he conveys this indigenous desires as well as all the hardships of living in a permanent state of alertness. At its best, this national envelope has promoted civil repair in the name of enlightened patriotism. This anti-civil contradictions of modernity has been expressed outside the strictly circumscribed confines of the national envelope, and little effective reform has taken place. Civil spheres have frequently acted aggressively towards one another, embracing violence in a very Hobbesian rather than Lockean style rather, wrapped inside the sphere of these separate national states. And after all, that is what realpolitik is all about. The frequency and barbarity of modern warfare has unfortunately never become more central to the narrative of modern social theory. As we can see, the war in Ukraine, Ethiopia, Myanmar stands as eye-gouging examples of such. The first far-reaching institutional effort to create this supranational civil order emerged after the First World War with the League of Nations. And then happened the Second World War, and then happened the Holocaust. The United Nations appeared, and after that was a Cold War. None of these projects have unfortunately succeeded. The Collaborator delineates Kashmir similarly by showing the bestiality and brutishness of the people in power with the residents of Naga. His monumental attempt to address Kashmir is very brazen and full of frustrations and animosity towards the Indian army. His unsettling and melancholy work showing numerous towns and villages along the border and even in the heart of Kashmir, Srinagar itself. We have seen this before. Kashmir, before and after the story, paradise has collapsed to something worse than hell. The very dedication excites us how political the anecdote is. For the Kashmir people, the town has gotten by bleak and sorrowful and despairing with provocations and agony, or more wilderness and savagery of the said Indian army. And with his articulate aptitude, Wahid depicts the savage ceremonies of death, local aggression, repulsive circumstances, and disturbance in Kashmir through the cleanser of this tiny village called Naga. Nonetheless, after this post-Cold War genocides and ethnic cleansing and post-millennium terrorism and imperialism, of course, it is hard to take seriously claims that there is a new world order or that society has entered a new post-ideological, a post-national stage. Partha Chatterjee claims today's myths of global corporations do indeed rest upon sham and hypocrisy. And the international restriction of this civil society project is the elephant in the room because democratic consciousness and practice has generally been directed intranationally. And the elephant has been conceptually invisible, either neutralized or simply wished away. The storyteller's dad from Mirza Wahid's Collaborator is the best case example of this controlled contemplations. He chooses to live in his town even with such torture and underhanded climate of segregation. The smell of decaying bodies tossed in the valley where he played cricket with his companions numbs the faculties and fills with weak fierceness, and tells the story of his own vulnerability. Victory over colonialism was not easy or automatic. It demanded imposing staggering losses of treasure and life. The end games, the actual moments of transition, were often particularly tumultuous and wrenching. And yet, while these were not obliterated from the post-colonial memory, such traumas of transition were very culturally downplayed. And the manner of remembrance pollutes the colonial enemy, and sometimes looking to the future, not to the past, these traumas of transition gets overshadowed and redeemed by the new stage. And according to Ari Sitas, the famous South African
3 minutes.
sociologist,
3 minutes.
I am almost done. Yes, according to Ari Sitas, the famous South African sociologist, generations later there was a vast disappointment. When some new nations did thrive, most floundered. New forms of sufferings have emerged: violence, domination, racial, religious, and ethnic upheaval, and obviously anti-civil depredations of every conceivable kind. Rudrajit Guha condemns these utopian dreams and the hollow promises of revolutionary elders who had failed to deliver the future. In a similar manner, in his revisionist biography of Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the historian Aisha Jalal demands, how did a Pakistan come about which fitted the interests of Muslims so poorly? Guha evokes Salman Rushdie to describe the disillusionment of the Midnight's children, a generation so named in a brilliant stroke of apt self-description by most of its innovative children. Rahul Pandita's Our Moon Has Blood Clots, a memoir of a lost home in Kashmir, is a story of Kashmiris in which hundreds and thousands of Kashmiri Pandits were tortured, killed, and forced to leave their homes by Islamist militants and to spend the rest of their lives in exile. On the other hand, Curfewed Nights by gives the same honest, crude, and truthful accounts of how a mother watches her son who is forced to hold an exploding bomb, or how a poet discovers his religion when his entire family is killed, and how the politicians are tortured inside refurbished torture chambers, or how villages have been rigged with landmines. But one thing remains common in both Doris Lessing and all these post-colonial Kashmiri writings: the communal trauma. And this post-colonial trauma processes puts new solidaries on the table. If new empathies can be created, then feelings about others can take more extended and elusive form. I honestly wanted to write about post-war trauma, but the fact that we are living through a war makes it feel like I am living in a weird parallel universe. And I wish one day comes very soon where I get to write about this post-war trauma, and we are all not living through one of them. Thank you so much. I shall end it here.
Thank you, Angela, for this excellent paper.
Thank
And
you
to
so
quickly move on to the next paper now, we will have the discussion in the end. The next presenter is Sudipto Datto. He is an independent researcher.
Actually, there is no discussion after the student's paper because then we will not have enough time for the roundtable.
But Joshna had just written to me that can we have a little bit of interaction so that we can cut the time for the
Okay, then fine.
roundtable.
Fine.
So I thought, so I kept her request.
Yeah, if I might just suggest, because Ratna and I were having a bit of a conversation, the student papers are so exciting, and we should honor them, and we should give them the time to have a Q&A. And we can cut short a little bit we don't need that full time for the wrap up. You know, that'll become part of the wrap up. Maybe, I mean, just to suggest it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They are brilliant papers here.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to hear them. So let's like start the discussion with when the papers are through. Okay.
Shudipto is an independent researcher now. He has finished his postgraduate from the Department of English, Literature and Language of West Bengal State University and stood first. He was a student of Barpur Rashtraguru Surendranath College. He has already presented papers at various international and national seminars. Right from his undergraduate days, he has presented papers with our university, then and published with New Literary and International Journal for Interdisciplinary Studies in Humanities, and has also been a part of the organizing technical team of the center. And his research interests are myth, folklore, eco-criticism, Dalit literature, partition studies, and popular culture. Today, he is going to speak on paper entitled Womanhood Reinscribed, relating the preface in the Golden Notebook and Ashapurna Devi's The First Promise. Now over to you, Sudipta, 15 minutes.
Hello, ma'am. I hope I am audible and visible.
You are.
Okay, thank you. So, greetings, everyone, as we celebrate the Women's Month. Before I begin with my talk, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Doris Lessing Society and Center for Studies in Gender, Culture and Media for providing such a platform to present a paper in front of and alongside such eminent scholars. My sincere thanks goes to Professor Chandava Chakraborty, Dr. Snehakar Chaudhary, our chair today, Professor Shipra Mukherjee, Dr. Shomak Mondol, and all the other teachers of mine without whose guidance and active support I couldn't have done it. So now, before I move to the core of my paper, I feel the need to justify, to validate this comparative study that I am going to make, because there is hardly any direct similarity between the Golden Notebook and Pratham Pratishruti, or the First Promise, as I would like to call it further, except the fact that they were published at almost same age or same time period, if we of course consider the Newtonian idea of time, because these spaces in which Lessing and Ashapurna Devi write respectively dictate a lot of things, and but it is true that Lessing again sets her Golden Notebook on a time, say the 1950s or the post-war phase, and the First Promise was set in the late colonial India, or specifically Bengal. So coming back to why justify my studies, see, one may question that in the preface itself, Lessing clearly announces that this novel was not a trumpet for women's liberation. And she clearly was not much fond of those critics who made it possible to read her novel as a useful weapon in the sex war. Lessing of cracking up. In fact, she would probably have not been so critical about the critics if they talked more about the experimental form or structure, maybe, of the novel, and not only limited themselves to the gender question. But she eventually recognizes, and I quote, that the critics are not educated for it, unquote. And she knows how that can affect the future generations of scholarship as well. But the other day, Professor Josna Regeman was talking about Doris Lessing being against any kind of pigeonholing or compartmentalizing of her works. And if we also take into consideration Catherine Fishburne's article, Back to the Preface, Cultural Conversations with the Golden Notebook, Fishburne shows how in the preface, Lessing is critical of those critics and scholars who adapt to the authority figures, and how in the same piece, she assumes an authority position in the opening passages of her preface. I mean, should we even argue that writing that preface in June 1971, that is 9 long years after the novel was first published, gives her a position of authority to criticize those critics who again criticized her novel? Fishburne questions if at all Lessing wants her readers to distrust the authorities, including her own. And I, taking an advantage of this debate, used this preface to my benefit to form my study on women's question. Now, the second part is why concentrating upon the preface only and not the novel as a whole? Look, Fishburne makes an important anachronistic reference to Gayatri Chakraborty Spivak's translator's preface to Derrida's of Grammatology, which was published in 1976, where Fishburne highlights how Spivak points out that the Hegelian objection to prefaces reflects a structure of preface by text is equal to abstract generality by self-moving activity. But Hegel himself, as we know, used prefaces well and good. And for Spivak, Hegel's acceptance of prefaces reflects a different kind of structure, that is, preface by text is equal to signifier by signified. Now, though it is somewhat an inversion of position of signifier and signified as far as the Saussurean initial recommendations are concerned, Spivak, notes Fishburne, repeats Ferdinand de Saussure's remarks, and I quote, "Same phoneme pronounced twice or by two different people is not identical with itself. Its only identity is in its difference from all other phonemes. So do the two readings of the same book show an identity that can only be identified as difference. Any preface commemorates that difference in identity by inserting itself between those two readings," unquote. And as I will walk upon a reading of Golden Notebook, which is clearly not the most favorable one for the author herself, I use the preface only. And on a lighter note, on an honest note, I found the preface actually easier than the novel with its complex structure, new kind of experiments that she made with the structure, So now it is high time that I shift my focus to the South Asian part of my study, Ashapurna Devi's The First Promise. If I make a reference to the contemporary popular culture, I saw in a reality show the two budding actors talk about struggle. And one of them said that it often happens that a point which is a dream for some is the very point the struggle begins for some others, and vice versa, of course. Not belittling the struggles of Anna Wolf or Molly Jacob in the Golden Notebook, they are at least freer women than Marian in the Golden Notebook, or Mary Turner in The Grass is Singing. As Dr. Ujjaljit ma'am was pointing out the other day, that these two women, Anna and Molly, living in a London flat, had some extent of financial or sexual independence, freedom, and some clear political opinions. But in India, Ashapurna Devi was not really a parallel to a fictional Anna Wolf or a real Doris Lessing in this aspect. And her protagonist in The First Promise, Satyavati too, did not enjoy such kind of freedom. Now, the meaning of the name Satyavati is very relevant here. And what is it? Satyavati means the woman who speaks the truth. Through Satyavati's eyes, the readers see the world, which is misogynist, of course, inside out, and always trying to put women in their places, which is nothing but the Antapur when we come to Bengal. And what is Antapur? The inner sector of the house, exclusively reserved for women. And in this space of Antapur, women have a bit of compromised freedom. They are alone without men in the Antapur. And there too, women have their own hierarchical models, rules, and regulations, brota upachars, which again manifest a patriarchal hegemony. But they share a common pain that brings them together. And Satyavati takes the readers to the Antapur or the Antar Mahal to reveal their secrets, to reveal their stories, their systems. And Lessing, in her preface, talks about her female readership being very angry with her for revealing their secrets, or the last things they will say aloud a man may overhear. And what are those secrets? In Lessing's words, and I quote, what women will say to other women, grumbling in their kitchens and complaining and gossiping, unquote. And this sounds very much familiar with the descriptions of a Bengali Antapur which Satyavati takes us to. which Ashapurna Devi describes in the first promise. And this is where, for me, the idea of female subculture that Ellen Sholter eventually talks about in a 1979 work towards a feminist poetics. And when we talk about Sholter, gynocriticism must come in. And in the context of gynocriticism, we should see how vitally important Ashapurna Devi's Pratham Pratishruti or the first promise is, or for that matter, the entire Satyavati trilogy consisting of Pratham Pratishruti, Subarnalata, and Gokul Katha is. And as Doris Lessing notes in her preface to the Golden Notebook, that male writers since ages have been furiously critical, treating their women characters and their mistreatments of women characters were taken for granted or as some philosophical comments. When Ashapurna Devi, in her magnum opus, takes up the authority to bring out the everyday lives of Hindu Bengali women, and that too without any kind of revengeful man-hating, it becomes very sensible, very radical of her. In fact, Dipannita Dotto, in her biocritical study of Ashapurna Devi, calls her an activist writer who spent her life thinking and writing for women and who understood that the struggle was actually against injustice and inequality and not against the male sex. This argument is pretty much in line with the treatment of characters like Ramkali or Bhavatosh by Ashapurna Devi in the first promise. Dotto refers to Ashapurna Devi's comment that, I quote, women need a special kind of self-sufficiency, unquote. And my next argument will take on this point of self-sufficiency. But before that, before jumping onto that, I need to mention a few more things, I think. Professor Joshodhara Bagchi begins her introduction to her anthology called Indian Women, Myth and Reality by stating, and I quote, Indian womanhood is constituted by a multi-layered accretion of myths, unquote. Bagchi clarifies that there the correlation between myth and reality is not opposed to each other, rather the myths of Indian womanhood act on the reality directly to reinforce the women's subjugation continuously. And our protagonist Satyavati hails from an Indian Bengali Hindu ecosystem where religion, myth, scriptures define a lot of things, define their roles or make the rule books for women. Shukumari Bhattacharya, who was once a professor of Sanskrit at the Jadavpur University, points to a sloka of Rigveda to note that the scene was not like this all along. And the sloka is Bhadra Vadhura Bhavati Yat Supesha Swayam Samitram Vasute Janechit. Bhattacharya notes its meaning that women were prescribed to be free to choose their partners.
You have 3 minutes more, right?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Bhattacharya also notes that the Vedas suggest that Upanayana, the ritual to mark the beginning of formal education, these Upanayanas happen to women also. But with losing their rights to Upanayanas, women lost their rights to formal education also. As Deepanjana Datta noted, Ashapurna Devi had little to no access to literary and intellectual trends that were going on all over the world internationally during her time. But it no way means that she wasn't aware of the women's situation, the condition of women in her time and in her place. She knew that she had to redefine, or as my title suggests, reinscribe the truth of womanhood by breaking those myths and mysteries around the concept of womanhood. And Satyavati of the first promise is our fictive torchbearer to that truth, as her name suggests. Ashapurna Devi herself said, and I quote, the very word woman is a symbol of eternal mystery and enchantment, as if it is not enough that she is flesh and blood, but that she must be something higher than what she is. Women have always been misled by this imposed ideal of womanhood, unquote. And to break those chains of myths and imposed ideals of womanhood, Ashapurna knew that the female education is gonna be the key. This was the key to what she called that self-sufficiency. Remember what I referred to previously? And this theme of female formal, scientific, empirical education runs through as a motif in the first promise and even in the other two novels of the trilogy, Subarnalata and Bokul Katha. And as I approach the end of my talk, I would go back to the preface by Doris Lessing, where she recognizes that no unease should be there, writing about the petty personal problem, because nothing is really personal or in the meaning of one's own. And again, Josna Rege ma'am, I read over the internet in the website of Doris Lessing Society. While talking about the Golden Notebook, she suggested that the novel anticipated the second wave of feminism in its assertion that this personal is political. Here, in this part of this world, Ashapurna too, in her trilogy, does the same, applies the same without, in fact, knowing what the theory was all about. In a mode of fiction, she optimistically places a hope, politically places a hope, which Gilbert and Gruber called the women's quest for self-definition, as J.K. Gardiner points out, talking about female identity and writings by women, with the first promise of freedom, of redefining womanhood. With the first promise, Ashapurna births a Subarnalata who can go beyond the Antapur seclusion to vocally ask for an open balcony or baranda where a woman can directly connect with the public world and not be limited to the private, just as the men had been doing for so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Shudipta. It's a brilliant presentation. I now quickly call Anutosh Sinha. Anutosh, yes, is currently pursuing his master's fourth semester in English literature from Jadavpur University. He has completed a translator's training program from NTM Mysore. He has also presented an academic paper at the international conference Renaissance Man, Reprisal and Reinvention, organized by Jadavpur University, and another on gender studies and women empowerment, organized by NIIT Nagarjuna. His talk today is entitled Treatment of Indigenous Subjects in Lessing's Short Stories. Your 15 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. Please stop me if I am not audible at any time. So I would like to state the last sentence of my abstract to give an idea of what I'm going to talk. I aim to understand Lessing's broader approach towards the indigenous question more compositely and comprehensively by drawing parallel to the approach maintained by the authors from Indian subcontinent while dealing with similar subjects. So this is what I'm going to talk about tonight. So I'm starting from here. Doris Lessing has dealt with the indigenous subjects in almost all of her short stories. Being a non-Black author, her approach demands special attention and has in fact attracted special criticism from time to time. It has indeed been doubted whether she has been able to understand the subjects as clearly as the indigenous people themselves. Since as early as 1966, when Turner Cassidy criticized her short stories by saying, quote, "the Africans will write their story better than she," unquote, Lessing's approach started to face criticism. Let's see through the stories themselves whether she transgresses the boundary and appropriates the indigenous subjects, or whether she well knows what she is doing. It is well recognized today that historically, with physical imperialism came and as well comes cultural imperialism, sometimes before, sometimes after. And this cultural imperialism affects the community slowly but acutely. A valuable part of an indigenous culture is its indigenous knowledge. We have seen instances of demonizing, ridiculing, neglecting, destroying, or at last stealing of these knowledge systems by the external forces. We know how literatures of so many cultures are not appreciated only because they are not written, because the literature passes generation to generation orally. Attempts have been made to create scripts for a language that has always been oral in nature. I won't go to the merits or demerits of such attempts here, but it is worth noting how one type of culture creates and recreates the impression of themselves as of superior quality in the minds of the cultures that do not fall into their category. And to make the misfits fit in, they would employ any means that they think would be useful. If we take the short story No Witchcraft for Sale, we see how a scientist from town comes to inquire about the medicine that Gideon used to treat the little boy. The Farkers don't understand why the identity of the medicine should not be revealed for the good of the whole humanity. Please note here, Lessing does not make the Farkers villain, nor make them understand everything like Gideon does. Finally, Black Gideon does not give in to the white Farkers and the white scientist and does not reveal the identity of the secret medicinal herb. Quote, the magical drug would remain where it was, unknown and useless except for the tiny scattering of Africans who had the knowledge, natives who might be digging a ditch for the municipality in a ragged shirt and a pair of patched shorts, but who were still born to healing hereditary healers, being the nephews or sons of the old witch doctors whose ugly masks and bits of bone and all the uncouth properties of magic were the outward signs of real power and wisdom. Unquote. Satyajit Ray also stressed in his film Aguntuk on the scientific knowledge possessed by the uncivilized people. He pinpoints our tendency to unsee this part of their society, that we see only our space missions as true scientific advancements and call what we cannot understand as humbo jumbo. The medical fraternity would try to know the formula of the drug and make huge profit out of it in the name of welfare. The world does not operate solely based on scientific discoveries and free access to that. It is the commercialized version of the drugs that sells around the world. It is the big pharma companies that has a monopoly over the health of billions of people who consume their drugs today. Indigenous drugs can either be co-opted by these companies or get completely neglected. In the Indian context, I can recall one news during the first phase of lockdown where it was mentioned that the Ayush section of the hospital at Mangaluru was closed overnight and transformed into an isolation section. It is no surprise that only the hoaxes and doctored researches in the field of Ayush came up during the COVID-19 situation in India. Certainly, the Ayush is not the equivalent nor the spokesperson for the indigenous medical knowledge, but the approach of the state machinery towards the traditional knowledge of medicine is always the same. The idea of the modern always co-opts or taints what it cannot fathom from the past. At the end of No Witchcraft for Sale, the knowledge is preserved. Holding the hands of Lessing, the crisis makes a white family, the Farkers, respect the indigenous knowledge, even if not understand it. In Little Tembi, another short story, Lessing shows why Tembi becomes what he becomes. It is the process that nobody talks about. The oppression is so systematic and deeply ingrained that even affection cannot save Tembi from falling into the pit that was dug when he took birth as a black boy. The modern civilization always calls itself civilized and marks the previous civilization as uncivilized. It is through the other's uncivilized stamp that their civilized nature is verified. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar pondered over this same idea in his essay Shobho Ashobho. It is through the state machinery that the modern nation states have their control over the indigenous subject. The old chief's successor in the old chief Slanga can only utter with a smile, quote, all this land you call yours is his land and belongs to our people, and walk off. He cannot fight against the machinery. The individual is not sufficient there. The impregnation of their native land by the white settlers can be equated with the physical rape that Draupadi Mejen encounters in Mahashweta Devi's Draupadi. In Draupadi, it is also a symbolic rape by the state policing system, ironically of the same people that they're assigned to protect. Just like in old chief Slanga, the settlers are expanding their territories. Mahashweta Devi also criticizes how the state has gradually brought everything under their control. Quote, E Bharote Kennotiyo Kono na Kono Thanar Andare, which translates as, in this country, even the insects come under some police station. In Ray's film Arunnet Din Ratri, it is the civilized people from the city who rapes the ecosystem of the backward village. Eco-critical approach shows how the two subjects, the indigenous women and the nature, have been violated and exploited historically. The rich flora and fauna of the African jungles are an integral part of almost all the stories of Lessing. Her stories portray nature in a somewhat romantic way. Satyajit Ray's approach to nature resembles hers to some extent. In Ray's Pothir Panchali, the adolescence of Durga is symbolically portrayed through the advent of rainy season in the rural setting of Bengal. Ray also shows nature's destructive appearance through the scene where, oblivious of Durga's death, her father comes home after a long time and finds the home physically damaged after the stormy rain. Similarly, in A Sunrise on the Veld, the wilderness of nature can be witnessed when the boy witnesses an army of black ants killing and eating up an injured buck so rapidly. The author does not try to dilute the animosity. She simply canvasses the nature. Her uninhibited portrayal of nature's contours proves how closely she has inhabited the space and formed an emotional connect with it. In another short story, The Pig, the beasts are equated with humans, and it is shown how humans can turn into beasts. If one observes closely the indigenous groups from many of Lessing's stories, it would be noted that communities comprise mostly elderly people, children, and women. Young and adult men are completely absent from the scene. They have gone to work in the farms and mines owned by the white people. It is the space inhabited by the indigenous people that gets affected at the expense of the expanding white civilization. In Ray's Pothir Panchali, Oporajito, and Opur Samchar, similar scenes can be found. The scene from Oporajito, where Opu's mother is waiting for his arrival from Kolkata and eventually dies, comes to the mind most vividly. Before Durga dies, her father had went out for work, and after her death, the family is displaced to Varanasi. In Ritik Ghatak's films like Meghe Dhaka Tara, Komol Gandhar, Subarno Rekha, Jukti Tokku, and Goppu, displacement is a prominent theme, whereas the first three are referred to as the partition trilogy, and due to the process of physical displacement was still ripe at that time in the psyche of the people. They were deeply affected by the partition of Bengal. Ghatak has later accepted that, quote, I could not free myself from these realities, imaginatively or emotionally, in whatever films I made later. I have felt it necessary to present before the people this divided and emaciated image of Bengal. It was my idea to make Bengalis conscious of their past and the future. Unquote. In Lessing's story, The Old Chief Slanga, the old chief and his community have to leave the place that they inhabited generation after generation. The space they inhabited was dressed as they liked. Quote, as I come close, I saw the huts were lovingly decorated with patterns of yellow and red and ochre mud on the walls, and the thatch was tied in place with plates of straw, unquote. But the same space changed when the indigenous people were displaced, unquote. Quote, mounds of red mud where the huts had been had long swathes of rotting thatch over them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Sure. Rotting thatch over them, veined with the red galleries of white ants. The pumpkin vines rioted everywhere, unquote. It is as if the ecosystem is responding to the changes enforced on it. The symbiotic relationship developed between the two is disrupted. This reminds us of the scene from Oporajito when Opu returns home after her mother's death, but it no more seems like his home without his mother. This organic relationship of the ecosystem with the people that inhabits it is common for both Lessing stories and the Indian texts discussed. Broadly speaking, Lessing has engaged with the indigenous subjects in her writings as much as she could. She never shied away from telling what she felt needed to be told. In spite of being a white person, her childhood exposure played a big impact, And probably her lack of formal education after a point of time also gave her a distinct viewpoint, which she then could form herself by studying avidly. Her social and personal, both kind of stories, make the readers educated about Africa that very few authors have been able to portray. The struggle of the black cultures with the imperialist power is an alienated atmosphere captures the nerve of the time. Like the Bengali texts and movies mentioned here have captured a disparaging relationship with the indigenous subjects. Lessing's stories highlight different aspects of the contemporary African reality. Also, probably this is why the South Asian chapter of Doris Lessing Society is more justified and required in the field of academics right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anutosh. It was a very good presentation. So, without sparing any time, I would like to thank all the speakers and open up the session for discussion. Questions, comments? Any questions, comments? Yes, yes, Professor Vega.
There isn't the time to give to each person the time they deserve. At the same time, I have been struck by the fact that each of these papers, individually and all of them together, are so timely and so well focused on issues that are burning issues today. And that I think that touch within India, within South Asia, and globally. Working backwards, focusing on the indigenous and the destruction of nature, focusing on war and the way in which whole generations are traumatized by wars that are waged by others in other people's interests, not in the interests of the people being affected by them. The way women are devalued, devalued and thrown away after their usefulness has been worn out. And putting contemporaries, women whose work spanned and experience spanned an entire century, putting them together and watching the way in which they illuminate each other. I think that the comparative work that all you four have shown us here really light the way forward for this new chapter. So just congratulations all around, and I wish I could talk individually with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any more questions or comments? Or okay, hang on. Please unmute.
Yeah, I think all four were brilliant papers, and I agree, and I think all of us agree on that. Most importantly, Anutosh, Diksha have spoken about the short stories, something which Josna, Ratna, they will agree. Those all of us who are used to Lessing research, there's too much to do, and they have explored it in the possibilities of it, which was extremely inspiring. Extremely happy with that. And another thing, I think, uh, Oindrila spoke about this. So they are, it's kind of overlapping, but the way what they have done, A, foregrounded short stories, B, they have talked about things about women as well as about other things which were Lessing's concerns, war and the destruction of the land. I think that has not been talked about. From time to time we have talked about apocalypse, but not really the destruction of land, which is something she's writing about from the very word go, from the first novel. So and they have brought it up very well, very pertinently, and interwoven it with the concerns which are driving India and Indian writers. So big hand to all four, I would say.
Yes, I agree with what you said, Swati. Very interesting that these short stories were discussed. And yes, there is a huge body of work Those are the first. That's the first genre that Lessing wrote in.
Yes.
And it's also very interesting that so many of our short stories are being read and discussed. And I'm wondering whether this is a space to look at the short story again as repeating in the 21st century what happened in the 20th century. Because as a genre, that's when the short story really takes over. So, what is the short story then saying to us about our concerns? About also the bandwidth of reading and engagement, for instance, because what is it that's happening to the genre as well? I think this would be very interesting questions to explore at this point. And thank you, Anutosh, Ondrila, Diksha, and
Shudipto.
thank you so much, and Shudipto, for these wonderful presentations. So Lessing is in good hands, because there is a whole new generation that is engaging with us, not just geriatrics like me. So that's very good to hear.
Okay, so I think we bring this session to close and now begin our valedictory session, which would be moderated by Professor Ratnaraman. And I have just two things to say, Professor Chakraborty, Chandava Chakraborty. How long can this roundtable go on?
It can go on till 9, I suppose, because
okay. I also had a talk with our technical team, and they said that we can spill it to 10-15 minutes more, maybe.
Yes,
okay, so we can continue
and
till
we
9.
have a small vote of thanks. I mean, just a very brief
At
one.
the end, maybe after 9 you can give it.
Yes, it will hardly take 5 minutes. So we can go till 9:05 or 9:10, and then we can wrap up. Okay.
So over to you, Professor Nam.
Okay, thank you. So I am in charge of a round table, and this is of course a very symbolic, digital representation, because what I can see in front of me is this tile and grid, and there is everybody who's speaking. So we should maybe perhaps begin this by, hello Radha, good to see you still. We should perhaps begin this by looking at what we have really spoken about over the last couple of days. And my job, as Swati has assured me, is only that of a moderator. So I'm just going to say that this has been a new experience. It's also been a very enjoyable experience. We've actually had a seminar where, at the end of one long day, online sessions somehow are a little longer and a little more exhausting. We had a day to recover, and now we've come back, sort of rejuvenated on a Sunday afternoon. So this was a very interesting experience, and I'm really delighted by how we concluded. I was delighted by how we started also, Jyotsna, because you just gave us this amazing range of Indian connections to Lessing, and Indian connections not just in terms of contemporary times, but in terms of cultural ideas that came from other languages. So that was very, very fascinating, and other histories as well. And I'm delighted that we have plunged into the here and now, not only in terms of a younger generation that's expressing all kinds of interesting ideas and taking Lessing and her narratives to spaces where she herself is take the space too. Jyotsna, you look like
I wasn't going to necessarily speak right away. I just wanted to say that yesterday we had invited Buthina to say a few words as part of the roundtable. So I noticed that you're here, Buthina. So I wanted to mention that we remember that.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So, Buthina, the mic,
Thank you so much.
the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. It means that while the students were present and I was taking notes and I had a lot of ideas and I thought of a next article about Doris Lessing. I think that it was quite inspiring seeing your students and mine as well, because I have a couple of students who are writing about Doris Lessing. And I remember that I think I have 4 or 5 working on them. And just to relate to what Ondrila was saying when she mentioned her what happened to her. This is exactly what I'm doing, is that I feel like they have to read Lessing. I remember that one of my students came to me and told me, I don't feel good. I feel like I'm hitting a wall. And I don't know, but at that moment, the only book that I had in mind was Memoir of a Survivor, and I suggested that she works on that work where there is the protagonist entering into a world behind the wall, and I told her, okay, don't hit the wall, but go into that parallel universe that is literature, and that Doris Lessing allowed us to. I think that if you read Lessing, you read everything. You read about war, as one of the speakers mentioned, you through Alfred and Emily, and how she really rewrote the history. She gave them an alternative life through the book, and also being called feminist. I read this in several interviews because it's feminine, it's a strength, it's the human at the heart of her texts, but also the Sufi journey. And this might be silly, but when I discovered her Sufi phase, and my PhD was on her Sufi phase mainly, I've discovered Arab writers through Lessing. Means that I come from an Arab origin. I'm Tunisian, and I speak Arabic, and I've discovered through Lessing books in Arabic that I have never read before, I've never heard before. So I think that we could only celebrate Lessing, and even now that I'm into Amin Malouf or into Salman Rushdie or into other forms of literature, whenever I start writing, whether a new book or a new chapter or a new article, there is always that quote. And Jyotsna was reading a quote about storytelling the first day, and I was repeating the quote to her, because this was from her Nobel lecture, I remember. So I thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to thank the students. And yes, you are the generation who will take this literature and then reach the shore, means that, and leading it. It's a kind of heritage, I think, that all of us have. So I congratulate you. Hats off to all, and thank you so much for this opportunity, Jyotsna, and all the Doris Lessing Society, because I think we are society. Even if this is a new chapter, we are a society. I have always read and relied on every single article that was published by Doris Lessing Society and members. So thank you so much.
Bothina. It was lovely to have you and lovely to hear you, and thank you for coming in. And I'm so glad Swati invited you and that Jyotsna remembered, because I can't see too many names on my board. So I must confess that I'm really slightly dinosauric when it comes to technology.
I'm humble. Thank you.
Radha is also here. Radha Chakravarti.
Yes. Thank you, Jyotsna. Radha.
Yes, thank you. I want to, echo Bothina in thanking the Doris Lessing Society and CSGCM in Kolkata for organizing and initiating this wonderful new journey, which I think is already going places. And most heartening of all is to see the enthusiasm and the very, very interesting inputs coming in from younger scholars, because absolutely they will be really, they will show us the path for new directions in Doris Lessing studies. So I think it's a very vibrant, and I'm very happy to be associated with it. I know that time is short, and I've been thinking about possible ways of, expanding the range of ways of thinking about Lessing through the South Asia chapter. And here are just a few thoughts I want to just lay on the table here, because I think just listening to all of you, many things were coming to my mind. One of which has to do first of all, primarily with the literary aspect of Lessing, because as a literature scholar, that's what comes to me first. And it is very interesting that we are talking of international Doris Lessing, multicultural Doris Lessing and South Asia, because what is emerging from here is the possibility of linking Doris Lessing studies with debates on world literature, what constitutes world literature, what determines the norms, and what parameters the discourse tends to be dominated by, and how much of that can be rethought and new ways of thinking about world literature can be opened up through Doris Lessing studies emerging from our part of the world, and just listening to the possibilities for comparison. As a person who is, working with comparative literature and translation studies, it was wonderful to hear the young scholars draw connections with South Asian writers across different languages and very different writers, indeed. My own engagement with Lessing some decades ago, when Lessing was part of my own PhD dissertation, was a cross-cultural comparative study, and I had included Asian writers, among others, along with writers from Africa and other places in my study then. And I can see now, the same line of thinking branching out into very interesting possibilities. So through the comparative approach, which already I can see here emerging, through translation, I think connecting Doris Lessing with our part of the world can generate not just, a kind of revitalization of Lessing studies or promotion of Lessing studies in South Asia. I think it can generate, new vibrations in the broader discourses of world literature internationally, and also comparative literary studies internationally, because we can change the questions, and that will lead to the quest for new answers. And I have a feeling we can take that discourse elsewhere. So instead of thinking only about Lessing, if we see Lessing studies as a trigger for making some bigger waves, I think that's one very, rich possibility here. A second, and I think if we think of literary relations, not literatures in isolation, but literary relations, transcultural literary relations, which is what is emerging from the things we are saying here. If we think of intertextualities, if we think of literary networks, and how they can provide a space for rethinking not just literatures, but geopolitical scenarios, and the place of words, language, and literatures within them, and the space for imagining the possibilities for something new, which is, I think, what is inspirational in Lessing's work throughout her career, then the possibilities, I think, are immense. And very quickly, since I had been talking earlier today about the migrancy of texts and about border crossings and so on, you see the tendency, the moment we think of a region, whether it is a country, whether we say Doris Lessing in India or whether we say Doris Lessing in South Asia, our imagination becomes landlocked, and we begin to think of land masses with, borders drawn on, political maps dividing the geographical terrain in seas and oceans. And if we think of transcultural relations through ocean studies, and Indian ocean studies, for instance, is a very vibrant, emergent field of study. And if we think of the migrancy of Lessing texts, and if we think of South Asia as a region that's also connected by oceans, and not just by land borders, I think it opens up our imagination of migrant texts, migrant words, migrant stories that travel, and languages, and people who travel and who carry with them their languages, their stories, and cultures. A very dynamic map opens up beyond the very static, landlocked map that immediately our imagination throws activities and movements and migrancies, and placing literature within geopolitics in this way, and connecting it up with also migrant aesthetics, you know. So I'm just suggesting these things because if we have these broader parameters and possibilities in mind, then I think, you know, our individual projects within this bigger imagination can acquire a new depth and vibrancy and connect up with bigger discourses beyond South Asia. So these are just some quick points, and to say that the inspiration of Lessing is to think about engaged writing, engaged scholarship, that it calls for engaged scholarship. We can't afford to stay neutral and apathetic. I think that's something that drives the impulse behind Doris Lessing studies always. And the idea of literature, not just as documenting or witnessing different dimensions of reality, different truths, different realities that we've been talking about, but a space for speculation, imagination, and the generation of new possibilities. I think if we think like this, then, I think this platform has very far to go. So thank you very much for including me in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Radha. I mean, that was very valuable and very well articulated. And I love the way that your own research and work, where you looked at a series of women writers along with Lessing, has sort of expanded in this amazing manner. And I was just thinking that it would also be very true to the spirit of Lessing, because normally when somebody went up to her and said, we want to read your work and we want to do research on it and we want to write academic papers on it, she would say, if you've read my work and you've understood something from it, then please go and engage with your own spaces. And that in effect is what you're suggesting. So it would really be doing what, somewhere metaphysically, something that Lessing would have wanted us to do. And it really opens up, all kinds of spaces, as it were. So thank you for that. I thought there was somebody, Gurshik Kaur, who wanted to ask a question of the students. So maybe this would be a good time for Gurshik to come in. Are you there?
Yes, I am there. Thank you, Ratna ma'am. Or should I just call you as address you as Ratna?
Absolutely fine. That's my name.
Thank you. Thank you. So, firstly, I must begin by thanking CSGCM for having me here. Am I audible?
When you look forward, you're audible. When you look to the side, you're not.
Okay. And I have to thank my friend Shati Mitra for getting me here. And I want to begin with a confession. I am not a Doris Lessing scholar, right? So for me, this has been an eye-opening journey. Firstly, I want to congratulate all the paper presenters. This is a humongous, like I said, eye-opener for me. And I'm so thrilled and glad I was here. So now, from a person who's not a Doris Lessing scholar, there are a few observations I would like to put forward, right? The time I raised my hand was, I think, when I wanted to respond to or I wanted to just make an observation on Sudipta Datta's paper, right, where he takes up the preface and not the text. And I thought that was an amazing beginning, because the question always comes, when we are reading text, where does a text begin, right? Though phenomenological studies say that they begin when you start reading, but it leads us to another question: where does reading begin, right? So there are these peritexts, and one of the elements of the peritext is the preface, right? But adding to that, see, my reading, like I said, I'm not a Doris Lessing scholar, so my reading has begun now, even before reading the preface. So I think it has opened up another new, concept for me. Like, where does a text begin? So that's a question, I think, which is worth looking into. What I want to do now is grab, Lessing and start reading her. Having said that, on the same paper, I just wanted to put for, share an information. I think Sudipta said that it's Purna Devi's Buddha Promise. The preface there.
We can't hear you again, Gurshik. So just please look at us.
Okay. So I'll just look into the note that I had written. Was talking about, I think, the petty personal problems in the kitchen space. Did I get it right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So again, on the topic of comparison and cultural studies, there is a prominent North Indian theatre personality, Neelam Mansingh Chaudhary. I'm sure everyone's aware of that. She has done a very a well-acclaimed play called The Kitchen Katha, which center around the same theme. So again, a suggestion, one can look into that, and especially to Sudipta if he is looking to do that. And another, the last thing which I would like to mention is the concept of translation. And I think Manmur Rahman ji himself said that he was limited because of his experiences, not because of the language. I actually wanted to bring about that because I also have a multicultural experience and a multicultural language. I'm multilingual, sorry, right? And I always feel that if you haven't experienced a culture, just so languages are empowering, but languages have to they have to be lived into an experience, into a cultural experience. So if that is not there, I don't say it takes away something from it, but I guess it gives it a new dimension. It gives you another language of a similar experience. So I would like to know that would like to explore that possibility, how having a language but not the experience, how does that function in translation? So, and like I have to say, each and every paper was amazing. So those are my two bits, if I may present it to all the scholars. And I really apologize for not being a scholar and yet voicing my thoughts and observations. Thank you so much.
I just want to come in before
I'm going to speak on. I'm going to call you in 1 minute, Swati. Can I
Okay.
just? Yeah. So thank you so much, Gurshikar. I just want to assure you that we're all here because we love listening. There's really nothing to apologize for not being a scholar, and this is really for aficionados, which is a space that Lessing herself would really like a lot. And I just remembered something, so I just thought I must add on to this. I have a classmate who also studied the Golden Notebook at this MPhil seminar that we were all a part of, and he went on to produce a lot of plays. And one of the earliest plays he did was two short stories of Doris Lessing in Hindi in one of the experimental theaters in New Delhi. So, I mean, I will find this information and put it or send it to Swati so that we can store this somewhere. And now I'm going to ask Swati to come and speak because I'd just like to reiterate that this webinar was made possible because Swati had a dream. Okay. So Swati had a dream and she dreamt, and that was not enough. She convinced very skeptical people like me that, there was this need. I'm a very skeptical person, very suspicious, and always trying to, say, how is this going to work? So she managed to convince very skeptical people for the need for a South Asian chapter on Lessing. And if there were no Swati, there would be no South Asian space as well. So I think we should all give her a huge hand. And Swati, I'd like you to come in and say a few more things, okay? Because this is really your show. All right.
Okay, that is not what I wanted to say at all. Because and I'll come back to the dream part later. I just wanted to say that Gurshik here and Radhadev was talking about migrancy, and she said it before, she reiterated later. Gurshik is also a migrant, not a worker, but a forced migrant because she was married off from Kolkata and now has to resettle in Chandigarh. And very, very open, she forces Bengali culture on her, very willing. children, I must say, because so that's it. Like migrancy in women have always been there because women have always been married off, and women had to leave home and go and adapt, like, plants being uprooted and then put somewhere else. Whether they will grow or no, or flower or no, was never a concern. So that's the little bit that I wanted to say. Otherwise, she has been bullied enough, whether they wanted it or no. They had to hear the word Doris Lessing poured into their ears for many years now. So that's it. And I thought Professor Ujjal and Asanu Zaman were supposed to speak, and I wasn't supposed to speak in this session, so I'm not going to speak, but they have to come in because Ujjal was here, and at least she hasn't spoken today.
Yeah, I'd be most happy to have Ujjwal and then Professor Manujan as well. And Josna also said she would like to come in for a bit. So everybody, one after the other. Ujjwal?
So my greetings to dear friends and fellow Lessing enthusiasts. Thank you so much for making me part of this. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for launching this DLS South Asia chapter.
Swati.
Chandravati and Swati. Both Chandrava, okay. Both Chandrava and Swati deserve a very, very special mention for initiating the idea. So, yes. And very special thanks to Dr. Josna for all the support and the enthusiasm she has shown in this endeavor. Had it not been your keen interest and steadfast confidence in the effort, this idea would not have actualized actually. So then my warm and heartfelt congratulations and thanks to Dr. Ratna Raman, Dr. Radha Chakrabarti, Dr. Ahmed Ehsanuzaman, Dr. Mamun Rahman, Dr. Sneha Chaudhary, Dr. Sajish Wapala, for their regular contributions in raising the chapter to spread Lessing's ideas in this region of the world. And my very special thanks to our young scholars who have contributed their wonderful ideas to the webinar. So, talking a bit about Lessing again. So translating her works into our vernacular languages is the first challenge, I suppose, which the South Asian chapter needs to face. Further, there are a number of authors writing in regional languages, have been discussed today, who have Lessing-like acute and sharp sense of understanding human relationships and power equations. So they can offer a very rich comparative environment of academic exploration as well. In my language, that is Punjabi. So there are women authors like the much celebrated Amrita Preetham. Then we have Dilip Kaur Tivana and Ajit Kaur. Personally, I feel that they would be a very appropriate site to begin from. Finally, we often read and hear that Lessing was a futuristic author. So she was a visionary, all right. In fact, she has often been called Cassandra of her times. She spoke the truth whose veracity would be acknowledged much later. So probably now is the time when we need to believe Lessing for what she has been saying all during this while. And in this context, Lessing is the kind of author who is extremely relevant for the diverse societies we have here in Indian subcontinent and in complete South Asia. So this is a multipolar microcosmos which has a long-lived syncretic tradition, as we were talking yesterday, but existing parallel to constantly appearing radical voices and practices, primarily in the form of religion and caste positions and prejudices. So, introducing an author like Lessing in this kind of a socio-cultural milieu and academic spaces, I feel, is an effort towards great hope. Lessing's ideas would be a reconsolidation of this long held pluralistic tradition of this region. So that is what I am hoping for. Uh, this is a long journey to go, but I guess to start with, this is what I am expecting from this South Asian chapter. So thank you so much.
Well, I can only assure you, Ujjwal, that Swati and Chandrava Chakravarti, who has been the strong, silent, now you have a strong, silent woman in the narrative. And she's the one who sort of allowed this.
Because I'm not a Lessing scholar, so I don't want to make a fool of myself,
No, I meant strong, silent because, all the data and all the, minute detailing is what you sketched in.
I'm the organizer, so that's my.
So where would we be without organizers? So I'm sure that between the two of them, something fantastic will happen in the South Asian.
Ratna, it's just the dream thing that you had talked about. I just didn't want to come in then. Well, the dream has a muse, and the muse is pretty common here between Chandrabadi and me. We have the same guide who was here for the time being, who turned out to be Professor Mamunur's PhD
examiner.
External and very well known, and I think Ahmed Asanuzzzaman sir will also speak for her, but she's left the scene now. That is Krishna Sen, who is also Gurshik's teacher.
Oh,
so it's a common scene, and we wanted Krishna Di to be here and to speak. Chandravadi kept saying so, but I think she's just taking off for a while from her extremely strenuous schedule and etc. But she is the
real
silent woman behind all of us.
She's
very
the one who keeps
vocal,
on
very
driving us.
articulate.
Chapter has come together because of so many different identities. So cheers to that. And so, I'm just going to call whoever wants to speak. Mamnu, did you want to speak, or did Dr. Ahmed want to speak? Or did both of you want to speak?
I think Professor Ahsanuজ্জামান, my senior, he may speak.
Okay.
Is he present now?
Yes, he's here. He was here about a minute ago, but I can't see him on my screen.
He is here.
Yeah.
Sir, you're muted, sir. Amit, sir.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't thank each and every one by name, but the fact is that I'm thanking all of you for this wonderful arrangement, for this wonderful webinar, and for this wonderful organization. So I echo Ujjwal and everyone present here in thanking all of you and us. And I look forward to a wonderful future for this organization, and hopefully would be able to contribute. Let me admit that I am not at all a Lessing scholar. I have not read much of her, maybe a couple of novels and a few short stories. But the fact is that today, after listening to student papers, I think, or I'm beginning to think that I would be reading Lessing more. That is, my focus would be shifted to Lessing, and maybe I'll be coming up with some project on Lessing in the days to come. So it's been really a fascinating experience. It's been wonderful. But I have just one question which I couldn't raise before, and it was related to the keynote by Professor Jyotsna. Well, you mentioned Kasif, right? Kasif, with relation to Sufism, etc. in those lessons, right? Kasif or Kasif, right? Kashif. Josna, you are muted.
Yes.
Josna, you're
It's
muted.
Kashifi. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Right.
It's Kashif, but well, the translation you said is demonstrator, but I think it translates well when you say revealer or discoverer. Maybe Bhupinia can, chip in here because she is a native speaker of Arabic. So maybe Bhupinia can suggest. Is it going to be a revealer or discoverer or
Yes, the
demonstrator?
revealer, yes. Keshuf, yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
So, Dr. Mamunur Rahman, would you like to say something? Because
Oh, yes, thank you. And without being humble, like Butina, then Ahmed Hassanuজ্জামান Bhai, and Swati Mitro, I may confess frankly that I am not Doris Lessing scholar.
No. As moderator, I'm imposing this rule. We will not talk about our Doris Lessing scholarship or the absence of it.
Okay.
Nobody is going to mention. Nobody is going to start by saying, "I'm not a Lessing scholar." We don't have to. As far as I'm concerned, you're from across the border, and it's an international chapter.
Yes, I apologize.
We have somebody from Boston and somebody from Bangladesh, somebody from New Delhi and Bengal and Chandigarh. So that's what we're going with.
It's all right. So I'm a translator and even a male translator.
All
So outsider in many senses. But this is a great opportunity, in fact, throughout this webinar, especially as you talked about, I came to find one of my examiners, PhD thesis examiner Professor Krishna Shen, and another opportunity is to meet that is an iconic figures in this part of Bangladesh, that is Radha Chakraborty. And I would like to take this moment to answer an issue from Swati Mitro. It is perhaps, this is not about my translation only, perhaps there is some sort of difference between translations from the east part and the west part of Bengal, because I read Rashomon by Akutagawa Runesuke, translated by Professor Khalikuজ্জামান M. Ilyas from Bangladesh, and another translation is from Calcutta. I forgot the name, and I saw that there are some sorts of differences of presentation of the same story. So there may be some inherent differences, and it may be natural too. And I regret that I am late in everything. In fact, I regret that I did not go to India. I started to visit India, especially Calcutta, since 2013 maybe, and I was just frequenting, and the COVID just stood on the way. Anyway, so as Ujjaljit hinted, that it is really a wonder, because although I am not I am just translators, but I saw that written in 1950, but there is much relevance. Even she thought about eco-critical issues, which is the talk of our planet planet now, and one of the students talked about the damages done to land and other things. So this is really fascinating. And as I spoke about the differences of presentation between two Bengals, so that, and Professor Radha, she spoke about the possibilities of translations to boost migrancy. So this possibility may be explored and exploited to translate in other languages in South Asia. So that may be a meaningful endeavors. So this is really great things, and I would like to thanks again Swati Mitro, Chandrabha Chakraborty for organizing. It's very nice. And behind this Krishna Shen, and behind that perhaps Josna Rege, And this is really meaningful. And like Professor Ahmed Hassan Zaman, I would also set about to reread and read Doris Lessing from now on. So thank you.
Okay, so these are wonderful beginnings, and now I'm going to call upon Jyotsna because
Yes.
in our beginning or in the beginning of this
Yes, we are all busy.
you were the first person who spoke, so it's only correct and appropriate that we should conclude with your remarks, because I see that the time limit that was given to us earlier, which was about 9:10, we've already exceeded by 3 minutes. So, I mean,
as long as we're not going to get cut off, Ratna.
No, we won't get cut off. It's running manually now.
Okay, so over to you, Joseph.
After this, you will have the vote of thanks also from Professor Navachakra.
Okay,
After
good,
you
good,
finish.
good. All right, good. So, so I'll be very brief, and actually, I think Ujjal said it all and said it very well. But I too want to join in giving thanks, heartfelt thanks to Chandrava Chakravarti, Snehakar Chowdhury, and the CSGCM for taking the step of hosting the new chapter of the Doris Lessing Society. And congratulations to Swati Mitra and all the founding members of DLSSA. It's been a great launch, and it bodes well for the chapter's activities going forward. And it's been an honor and a delight for me to have been able to participate. I grew up in West Bengal, and so and my closest friends over the years have been either Bengali or Bangladeshi. So so it just feels like a homecoming to me. So speaking on behalf of the Doris Lessing Society, I look forward to years of fruitful collaboration. I feel very fortunate that Professor Radha Chakravarti has agreed to be mentor for the new chapter. And this is not to get landlocked, as she warned us, but still, I have to say, it's clear to me that Asia, and in that I include broadly West Asia as well, is currently the Doris Lessing Society Facebook page, the visitors to the website, and the new members of the society. The fact that even in this launch webinar, 4 students have presented excellent, timely, thought-provoking, and comparative papers bodes well also for the future. As several people have pointed out in the past couple of days, with its South Asia-wide scope and border-crossing vision, and its location in the Center for Studies in Gender, Culture, and Media, DLSSA is positioned to make an important intervention and contribution at this point in time, as we're suffering from skyrocketing social and economic inequality, and we see very distressing polarization across communalist and nationalist lines. Among other things, the Sufi syncretism and refusal to be defined and contained by institutionalized structures that Doris Lessing models in her work can help us point the way forward. And I'm looking forward to seeing and participating in more collaborative and comparative projects. Digital technology has allowed us all to come together across nations and continents during a global pandemic. But at the same time, I long for a time, and I look forward to a time when we can organize some in-person meetings as well. So thanks again, everyone.
You have promised to visit us. Visit the university and my college if I'm still there, that is. But
what do you mean if it's still there?
Well, I can just get thrown to some other part of Bengal. I am a migrant
No,
worker.
but I will be in the
And
university.
also,
but
you will be very much welcome in Bangladesh
Will you
too.
come to this? I will definitely come to the center next
Yes.
time I visit India, which will be soon.
We are looking forward to that, Jyotsna. This wouldn't have been possible without your absolute continuous initiative and interest in the chapter. It wouldn't have been possible. From 2019 to 2022, you have been at it and with me. So I had just put in a very naive proposal because we are all pursuing dreams, and I knew that if I did not say this, Krishnadi will not. Well, she'll be angry. I took 15 years to do a PhD. If I could not spend 15 seconds to put this proposal across, she would have shot me. I was expecting that. So I put it across because I was told to. And I did not have excuses not to do so.
And I was also asked to kind of drive Sati because she tends to kind of languish So I was told
But
by
Not really
I was
language.
slow in responding, and she kept at it. And finally, I was shamed into action.
so there is
You're
Krishnadi,
not
and I was also kind of employed to kind of drive Sati continuously that what are you
yes.
doing?
Um, yeah, things like that. In-house truths,
Yes.
in-house secrets, and
Yes.
in-house truths. So, yeah. So this is good. Unless Sajish wants to say something more
Yeah,
from down
indeed,
there.
I'm very much happy. This particular moment means this is actually, I feel like it's dream coming true. Means, yeah, since we started, means to have a kind of means get together, means a webinar. So I was expecting, I was excited and expecting to listen to all of you. Particularly, almost all the presentations were quite interesting. I noted down all the points, and also the student presentations were also really insightful. Usually, usually it means here in my part in Kerala, uh, there are certain translations of Doris Lessing's writings. Actually, I asked some of my friends means who teaching Malayalam means to get to know about those translators. Means I was actually trying to get to know about those translators and to talk with them. Means within this short span of time, I couldn't do that. So I'm trying to get in connection with those translators who have translated the Doris Lessing's works. And we have also a Doris Lessing reading community here. So I want to get to know these people and uh, and to know their experience in Doris Lessing. And also we have a certain PhD thesis means brought out on Doris Lessing. Really, this was just like a dream coming true. Means so long years I was reading Doris Lessing's works for my research. After that, I stopped reading. Means I just shifted to other area, and after means we had a plan like starting means this webinar. Of course, I was very much expecting this. So I'm thankful to all of you, means participating and presenting papers. Really, it was really very interesting, particularly Professor Josna Ridge, is the president of Doris Lessing Society, and then Professor Dr. Swati, Dr. Detna, and all of you. You have made my dream come true. So of course, I'm thankful to all of you. Really, it was really exciting. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sajish.
Okay. Thank you, Sajish. That was very heartwarming and very good that, we've had 2, or I should say 3 days of international excitement and joy and discovery as well. And there's a new family and a new bonding that is happening in what Josna says is the new space of process and progress, as it were. So I'm just going to thank everybody for having given me this opportunity to moderate and to chair and to speak. And over to you, Sneha.
Yeah, now I will thank you, Professor Raman, and all the speakers for this vibrant discussion. And it could run so long, it was so funny to listen to it. Now I invite Professor Chandava Chakraborty to give the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sneha. I mean, well, we really don't need any more Thanksgiving, but it's the organizer's duty. So it is time for the formal vote of thanks and to bring this 2 day event to a close. I'm sure that these 2 days have been a fascinating learning experience, not only for the Doris Lessing scholars, but also for those who engage with feminist scholarship and women's writing. To begin with the task that I have undertaken, I must express my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of West Bengal State University, who responded instantly to the idea of this webinar and personally congratulated me for hosting the Doris Lessing Society South Asia chapter at the Center for Studies in Gender, Culture and Media. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Professor Josna Rege, President, Doris Lessing Society, for being so very supportive and encouraging to us. The very experience of knowing such a warm, friendly person despite all her erudition, and we had a glimpse of that already in the keynote, was a rewarding experience in itself. Uh, we are also obliged to the other members of the DLS who supported this webinar and the idea of launching the DLS South Asia in principle. I cannot but mention Professor Robin Wiesel, Secretary to the DLS, who promptly responded with the abstract of a paper that was supposed to be the original valedictory address. She could not participate due to personal reasons, and I wish her all the best. Professor Radha Chakraborty was also unable to present the second keynote that we initially had in mind. However, as a mentor for the South Asian chapter, she had been with us during the preparatory phases and helped her with her insights. It was a pleasure to have her on board today. I thank her for her illuminating comments and for pointing to the future course of action that the South Asia chapter might take up. The next person who deserves a very special mention is Dr. Swati Mitra, who came to me with the idea of organizing a webinar on Doris Lessing and also with the idea of launching the Doris Lessing South Asia chapter. Swati is also my colleague and she teaches a course on Lessing at our department. She has done a Herculean task in putting everything together. I've only helped her in my limited capacity as the director of CSGCM. We hope to take this partnership forward in a much more meaningful manner. I'm grateful to all the members of DLS South Asia, all the speakers, chairs, and student presenters, without whom this event would not have taken place. We are also thankful to the viewers who have watched this program live and later on YouTube, as we have seen viewership rising. Next, I'm grateful to my departmental colleagues, Professor Shipra Mukherjee, the head of the department right now, Dr. Shomak Mondol, and especially Dr. Snehako Choudhury, who is incidentally the deputy director of CSGCM. She is the person I most rely on for all kinds of support and help. Last and most importantly, we are heavily indebted to our technical support group, comprising our ex-students and students of the current batch. This group has Auditra Banerjee as the leader of the team, Shilajit Bishas, Audrija Ghosh, Shudipta Dotto, Muhammad Kasir Ali, Sharnendu Dam, and Kumardeep Sharkar. This event would not have been possible without their hard work. So good day and good night to all. CSSM will return to with many such events. I would request the viewers to join our Facebook page and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chandravali.
Thank
So
you.
much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
All be
everybody.
well. Take care.
Yes, and we will meet again.
Yes,
Yes,
of
we will
course.
Yes.
keep in touch.
See you.
Yeah, sure.
See you. Bye.
Bye.